I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Sustainable Saturday. Welcome. We're doing the impossible every single day. Our show continues to be the benchmark of good, solid entertainment mixed with news on the internet. And we love delivering a free show to everybody around the globe, because that's what this is all about. One of the reasons why free works is because people don't have a lot of money in this world anymore. We've got very unequal assets. It's amazing. We're looking at huge amounts of money in the hands of just a few people. And I believe that that can somehow be changed and reversed if we can provide more opportunity for more people at the lower level in our society. And the only way we can really do that is to provide jobs. And opportunity breeds opportunity. And how do you get a job? Well, you need to actually have a place to shower. You have to have fairly decent clothes. You have to have a night's sleep under your belt without interruption. You have to look decent when you go in there to meet your employer. And all those things that I just described are nearly impossible for 5 billion people who are homeless right now. There are people living in encampments, too, beyond the 5 billion people, who actually work every day and live in a homeless shelter. There are people all across the country that are having to pay, like in New York, there's a place that has cages where people can rent for $10 a day to keep their stuff and to sleep in. I'm talking cages. It's just crazy. In Chinatown in New York, there was a big expose about how they're selling $10 a day slots in cages. So people can barely survive at that level. So one of the great goals of our sustainable movement, and we came about this on a Sunday many, many months ago, before the election, we came out with this concept of, let me just paste another one of these things in here. The concept of $400 a month for every U.S. adult citizen as a basic income. That's something that has never been really dealt with in America, a basic income. And I think we can afford this. Oprah says she wants $1,000 a month. I think we could afford $400 a month per U.S. citizen. Now, this is an incentive for people to become U.S. citizens. Well, there you have it. Right now, we give them free food stamps. We shouldn't give anybody money to come in here. It just creates illegal opportunities. They just want to come in here. But if they want to become a U.S. citizen and go through our fast-track naturalization program, then they can become a U.S. adult citizen and collect that money. Now, that caveat is if you are collecting Social Security, that star implies that you cannot get extra money. If you're getting disability, you cannot get extra money on this plan. So we'll put a green sign on that. There we go. All right, so this is a big plan that can actually boost our economy and get people the necessary funds to get cleaned up to get a job. This is the baseline. If they want the plus, then they have to work for it. All right, so let's take a look at the headlines. Donald Trump is in a world of crap created by himself. Inside the White House, aides and advisors are despondent over a wasted month. Well, look at Donald Trump's response. I mean, it's almost like a kid.
Yeah, was it okay? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh boy, oh. Yeah, was it okay? Oh, I'm sorry.
We're not trying to encourage people to, have their kids cry and hit themselves with. But Donald Trump stuck himself in the face with this one by simply saying he'd take the heat for shutting the government down, which was not wise, and then made it look like there was no way out except to appease the Democrats who think they're so entitled that they won this midterm election. Whoop-de-doo. And Nancy Pelosi's like a stuffed little pigeon ready for her dinner. She's ready to go. She's all set to go. She's prepped and ready to be the Speaker of the House and take her anti-aging medication, whatever that is. Yeah, it's just kind of bizarre. We're looking at a very stalwart and useless Democratic Party who's been veritably a thorn in our side, producing Obamacare, which even Democrats are admitting they pay $10,000 deductibles now when they had a $1,000 deductible before Obamacare. I mean, we're not helping more people. We're giving doctors and nurses and administrators more money. We're supporting a already illegally corrupt system that charges different prices for different people when you go into the doctor. That's not sustainable. What we have now is ridiculous. But Donald Trump is fighting for a wall. We need security. We need border security. And I'm the guy who supported this from the very beginning when I started 10 years ago. 1,000-mile fence was my idea. And I did the math, and I found out the number of miles we need, and we need to go in that direction. So I support Donald's attempt to get a wall built. I don't support Nancy Pelosi's continual denial that we don't need a wall. Yeah, we just don't need it. Here's a mini apartment that looks like a coffin. This is what we're talking about. Thank you, Jacket Pockets, for delivering a picture. People are living in deplorable situations, and that's not making America great again. I got news for you. This is making America not so great again. Boxed in, life inside the coffin cubicles of Hong Kong in pictures. Oh, these are people living in Hong Kong. Yeah, that's just as bad. Yeah, this is one of the most disturbing pictorial libraries out there. Every one of these pictures is somebody's life. That's all they've got for shelf space. They sometimes have a TV set that they can look at. This person has, it's such a small area he can barely fit in. Look at this. This is a cubicle in Hong Kong. Wow. Can you imagine? And this isn't one person. This is like a whole lot of people. It's just crazy. I just cannot believe the suffering that goes on in this world. Hey, that's nice. Where do you sleep with a toilet like that, Toilet and dining, very close by. Isn't it true that you're not supposed to crap where you eat? Yeah, I think that's an old standard. Wow. So are we going to be able to solve problems with a $400 kickback to people? No. It's going to help a lot, though. It's not going to solve problems. We're going to have mobile service units for people who are relegated to living on the street. We're going to have offered tents for people who don't have anything. Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough transition because our country has neglected its people. Something fierce under the two-party system. We have virtually turned a blind eye. Look at San Francisco. You drive around thinking, well, these Democrats really care about the poor people. No, there's piles of crap in baggies on the street that the police have to come by and pick up. People literally set their crap in a baggie and right there on the street. Hopefully it's a black crap bag as opposed to a clear one. And there's even an app, I told you about this last night. They have an app that you can take a picture of the crap, geolocates it, and sends the image to the local. They're not solving the homeless problem. They don't care. The Democrats are talking about it. They don't care. They just are a bunch of limousine liberals running these governments into the ground. We've got a whole class of Democrats and Republicans that just spend wastefully every single year just to get reelected. It's more about getting reelected than it is about helping their people. Because the priority has been to get reelected and we have no term limits, these people are for real, regular rock stars in their own mind. They think that they're so special. Nancy Pelosi is a classic poster child of this rock star mentality that thinks that she's so special. You know that she has $120 million in net worth. How did she acquire that unless she took it illegally from people? Well, got corporate kickbacks. Yeah. Okay, so the whole idea of the showdown is very much alive. Consider this like a bipolar administration. And right now he's in the depressed, woe is me mentality. And, oh, I'm just trying to work things out now. He said he would never cave, but he's caved on the wall. And that's the big thing that changed everybody's mind. Ann Coulter was right. Yeah, they know their Republicans didn't have enough clout to pull it off. And Rush Limbaugh was right. He said that Trump was going to cave, and he was very angry that he didn't push for the wall for 2 years prior to get the votes to get that wall built. Trump, being he's an outsider, doesn't know how to play politics. And that would be true with anybody who's an outsider. That's one of the big deficits that anybody entering the political system is going to have to get past. Obviously, the ability to get past that should not include schmoozing people with kickbacks and pay for play and all this money passing underneath the tables between people. That's where Donald Trump should have succeeded because he's good at that. But he didn't do that either. That's corruption too. What he did do is just fall into his own little egg and insisted he wanted his own way, and now he's like, you know, having a hissy fit. But he does have 4 weeks or 3 weeks to make decisions. And we will see if he can get that emergency funding together, even though we don't have an emergency at the border right now. But we will. And that's the problem. We've got a growing population in Mexico that's going to be pushing forward. Problems in Venezuela. Just recently, the Venezuelan president, Maduro, has backed down from his decision to kick diplomats out of the country. That was a smart move. That's actually very good because it doesn't push the envelope on his administration being overtaken. The UN is insisting that he has another election, and I think IMF will probably say the same thing. But Venezuela's highest ranking military diplomat breaks with Maduro, so there's something happening within his administration that's finally the cracking. The pressure of running a country into the ground and taking over for Hugo Chavez has been pretty hard on Maduro, and his ranking top guy says enough. Let's take a look here.
De Venezuela le habla el coronel José Luis Silva Silva, agregado de defensa a la Embajada de Venezuela desde la oficina de la Aeronáutica de Defensa en Washington, Estados Unidos de América. El día de hoy me dirijo al pueblo de Venezuela y en especial a mis hermanos de la Fuerza Armada Nacional con la finalidad de reconocer como único presidente legítimo al presidente Juan Guaidó. Esto basado y apegado a la Constitución de nuestra República, por la cual nadie, ninguna persona o institución puede estar por encima.
No person or institution is above our Constitution. So he's broken ranks with Maduro, sides with the popularly elected alternative.
Esto basado legítimo al presidente
Juan Guaido. So he'll be taking over. I don't think Maduro is going to relinquish power, but he's softening toward Western powers, which means he may be going after this guy and take him out. So you don't know what's going on. He could hang him, Gunter. Yeah. He could be softening toward the UN and then hang the guy. Or softening toward U.S. diplomats allowed to be there and then go ahead and hang the guy. Then he could be luring diplomats back into the country to make hostages out of them. That's another very suspicious thing that we have to be aware of. I still recommend we downsize our staff to next to nothing and just send in Green Berets as diplomats. I mean, seriously. We don't need another Benghazi on our hands. No global warming here. Russia, yeah. Well, yeah, blizzards and paralyzes Moscow with 50+ collisions and dozens of flight delays. This is interesting because we were just talking about how Moscow has a potential to be, well, let's just talk about this for a second. Here's pictures of this terrible 50+ car collision and dozens of flight delays. Car accidents in Russia's capital to standstill amid an extreme snowstorm. Authorities have deployed over 12,000 pieces of equipment to clear the snow from the roads. Wow, this is heavy duty. Look at this. Wow.
Там возле моста еще 20 машин.
Huh. That's amazing. Wow, that's heavy duty. Now we go to this story, which came in last night, that Russia is stealing magnetic north, report claims. This is a fascinating story that came in from one of our viewers last night. Right. Cake sent this in. Yeah, but this is amazing how the magnetic north has been moving. I've been watching it on my compass that I have in one of my vehicles. And over the past 10 years, it really has moved. But a damning new report published by the Canadian Security Intelligence Service has claimed that Russia has been slowly stealing magnetic north for the past 20 years. And now they could be paying the price. Yeah. They claim it could be the uranium mining they're doing in Siberia, which is changing the true magnetic north, altering its position. It's moving, yeah. No, I never said I pooped in a bucket when I lived in a van. Never. Nope. That's a lie. I used a porta potty. And technically, when you live in a van, you could probably go to a local bathroom to do that. Yeah. Some of you are living in your van. I want to make sure that no state makes it illegal to live in your van and Denver boot you. We've got to provide some relief to the people that right now are marginally surviving. They say 65% of our population in America is $500 away from living on the street. No, it's not a bucket. It's a porta potty, and it's the original porta potty. It's an heirloom porta potty that I have some of the best porta potties ever. Yeah. Yeah, I saw a really deluxe porta potty at the casino I was at a couple months ago. They make some really good units that are, portable. They go wherever they want. News from the Gallup poll. Record high support for legalizing marijuana use in the U.S. This is an older story, but it typifies what Sustainable Saturday is all about. 64% supported in 2 years ago, 64%, and the number is growing every year. Look at the scale going up. They say 75% of all young people aged 18 to 25 support legalized marijuana. Yes, it was a casino with portable outside porta potties that were high end. One of the casinos I went to was working on their internal bathroom, and they had 4 others open, so they opened up this one closer to one of the bathrooms they were working on. I know. No, it was actually one of the nicest porta potty systems I've ever seen. I was like impressed. Full-on sinks, and it looked like you were in a custom bathroom in a RV, but better. Had like a full-on toilet, very robust. I had to go catch something over here. Yeah. Well, yeah, we're done with that, and then we can move on to living in small spaces is not really important. And Roger Stone is mocking Mueller with doctored photo on Instagram. I haven't read this story yet. Let's read it together. A nothing burger, a photo of a nothing burger. After the indictment, Roger Stone mocks Mueller with doctored photo on Instagram. The indictment carries 7 charges of making false statements, witness tampering, and obstruction. Wow. Stone briefly worked for the Trump campaign as an advisor in 2015. But Stone has been a political friar for decades. Here are 3 things you might not know about Roger Stone. 1, he has a tattoo of Richard Nixon, as seen in the Nixon Netflix documentary Get Me, Roger Stone. Stone worked for the Nixon re-election campaign in 1972. And he's a sartorial columnist. Stone is a fashion writer and blogger as well, whose obsession with vintage suits has led to a collection of hundreds. He met Donald Trump through Roy Cohn, the fixer. Cohn, the infamous lawyer for the McCarthy hearings, was an associate of both Stone and Trump, and introduced the two in 1979. Well, that's good. Thank you for that, USA Today. Appreciate it. A day after being indicted, Roger Stone used an Instagram account to mock special counsel Robert Mueller and dubbed the charges against him a big nothing burger. Here's what Mueller has on me, hashtag nothing burger. All right, well, great. Yeah, I don't think he's implicated in the WikiLeaks at all. I think that he's been very evasive, and I think that Mueller might have a case of obstruction and tampering with witnesses and whatnot based on his evasiveness. His behavior is very, very squirrely. But I don't think in any way your hair is going to be the wall, Daryl. You're going to donate your hair to the wall. Daryl's donating his hair to the wall, everybody. All right, man. That's fine. I don't care. You can talk about people. Free speech here. You know, we actually enjoy free speech. Of the 92 elections we've monitored, I would say that the election process in Venezuela is the best in the world, Jimmy Carter. I don't know if that's true, but we'll see. That was in 2012, yeah. That's when they really did want a socialist president. Now they've got an autocrat. Maduro is not the socialist that Hugo Chavez was. He's more of like a Saddam Hussein character. Yeah, this is just,
Jimmy Carter, I'm trying to step in and make sure that the elections in Venezuela were monitored properly. But I did lust after Playboy magazine and Root.
all right. Oh, I know. This generation is totally kind of barely able to function. I know. The nice thing about this show, though, is we try to appeal to the lowest common denominator. Sometimes we don't make our mark, and we miss our mark, but hopefully we are appealing to the lowest common denominator. I try to dumb down my show to about a 12th grade education level, but yeah. Because that's all I've got. I don't have a higher education than 12th grade. I don't mind saying that because I didn't really enjoy academics And I don't do anything I don't enjoy. Well, actually, I do. There are parts of my life I don't enjoy, but called chores and work and whatever. But truly, if you pursue that idea, you won't be stuck in some job wondering why you got your academic career and not like your job. Thank you. So nice of you to say that. Whatever that means. I have to put together an image library. Yeah. Let me do that while I wait. Yeah, I had a complete shutdown of our equipment tonight. We couldn't even broadcast for a couple seconds. I had to rebuild my entire program. It crashed on me, so it happens. Let me go to my show library and pull up something fun. Yeah, we have a bunch of stuff in the collection of images that we bring in. Well, it'll be a fun day. Right. Okay. All right, we got that going for us, and now all we need is some music and we'll get ready. Are you ready? That's the question. I keep open about 25 browsers during the show. I'm running on 16 gigs of RAM. It should handle it. I've never worked for the CIA, no. Nor have I ever worked for the government, nor have I ever worked for any major corporations directly. So that's a kind of a nice thing, not having connections to all these crony institutions that have screwed our country over. Yeah, the government itself has been crony in and of itself. Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's do it. All right. Yeah, Sarah liked that too. That was Are You Ready? You want to get the heater on? I can turn that on. You turn the strip on down below.
Yeah.
We'll get the heater going here for you. Outstanding. So Sarah's going to come in and give me a little break, everybody. I am going to talk about the container fence when I get back, the 1,000-mile container fence being a viable solution to this entire problem with Pelosi not willing to fund a fence.
And talk about container nightclubs.
Yeah, container nightclubs. But I think right now we'll put you with a different background. I've got something very nice for you tonight, Sarah.
White House back nightclub. No.
Boy, your voice is so scratchy.
Talked for 24 hours.
She hasn't been talking for 24 hours. I want you to go ahead and whisper into the microphone. She's going to do a little ASMR for you guys. All right, I'll be back shortly. Thank you.
I think I'm okay. It's just my voice. My voice. I literally haven't talked since I saw you guys last night. And I am sipping some chicken broth right now. Okay. I know it is too soon. Maybe I should go 48 hours without talking. That would be good. Right? I mean, David just wakes up and he starts talking all the time, but every time I talk, yeah, that's the way it goes. My goodness. I don't do whiskey jacket pockets. No whiskey for me. I need to take supplements. Well, I was taking some, David gave me some oatmeal with olive leaf extract and different things in it. My goodness, it sounds worse than I feel. Actually, David makes a really good chicken soup, King of David. Okay, I'll talk really close to the microphone, then you can hear me. No, you can't hear me. I have to be super close to the microphone. I do have some ginger and I haven't been sucking on that. Because the thing is about this cold, it doesn't actually hurt like before it would be. It doesn't feel like a sore throat. It's just like, I think it's just laryngitis. Sorry, because if I don't whisper, this is how it sounds, Gunther. I don't know what's worse, if I just whisper or talk like this. So, anyway. Yeah, I don't really have a fever. It's not a fever, I wouldn't say. It's weird because it's really weird. It's just only affecting my voice box. It's not affecting anything else. The stupid cold, it doesn't affect anything other than my voice box. But maybe it's just because I'm not using it, but then if I use it, then I can hear the strain on it, and then it starts feeling bad. Yes, I have heard about that keto diet. I'll find a video maybe to play for all of you. It's weird. It's weird that maybe I can just know. It's like every time I always talk, I know that I shouldn't because it just comes out like this. Craziness. Oh man. But I need my voice. So I guess I should just not talk for another 24 hours. Yeah, it's like a sad voice. You never let little people near you. At least I didn't get the other flu that was going around. There seems to be 2 strains of flu going around our school. One strain is like this voice thing where it's like a laryngitis or something. And the thing about this one, actually, like, as long as you just do rest, I mean, not necessarily sleep, but just not moving around too much, it doesn't feel bad. Oh my God, it's just affects the vocal cords only, but I did have a little bit of coughing when I first woke up this morning. And then, anyway. Yeah, I probably should do Vicks, but it doesn't feel like congestion in my, see, I can breathe deeply without coughing, so it's not like congestion or anything like that. It's just something on my vocal cords. Just my vocal cords that is affecting me. That's probably true about the lozenges. I will just talk like this because that does not have any strain on my vocal cords at all. It's just like, yes, then I can just, like, that's what David was saying, I can just whisper into the microphone and then it won't ruin my voice box. Oh man, it's like every time I try to talk at a normal level, then I realize, like, oh, I can't do that. It's just crazy. Sorry. Okay, you just want to watch a video. Alright, let me find a video for us all to watch. You probably want to watch a political video, I'm sure. Yeah, it is I did take a hot shower, but and I did that yesterday. I don't know about putting my face in this shower stream for 10 minutes, but I did that. Oh, I don't know if I have an Amber video. It would be good to watch an Amber video. How does Amber do it? She just, like, sleeps all day. I don't understand.
I'm David John Sponheim. I'm America's write-in presidential candidate for 2008.
Let's go to videos. Wow. We can go to, man, David has a lot of videos. I could just play a video of David.
NRT is asking how we're going to respond to fentanyl bans if we do ban fentanyl, because it is so dangerous. Thank you. What I'm planning on doing is implementing a liberalization of the codeine and Vicodin and the Percocet pills. All those pills will be openly marketed. The reason I'm doing that, and I will make them much more readily available for people who need them, we're going to completely take a second look at how the DEA handles people who are addicted to pain medication. Many people right now feel like they're criminals. Cool, I've got an unplugged experimental documentary. Thank you. I'll take it. Many people think that they're criminals right now for just going out and getting some medication and having to be harassed by their pharmacist. Seriously.
to come up with new ideas. Parents up until 8, 9, 10 years ago when he decided to stock our show. I believe he suffered a loss at that time. Detail.
Oh, yeah.
Sis News.
But anyway, now I think it's good if I just keep it right here. That would be really good. Okay, I'll open that one for David as well. Oh yes, I have heard about that. Aaron Rousseau's documentary, American Freedom to Fact.
Okay. Now I see how much better David is than me when he's doing videos. My goodness. I still can't talk. Oh well. I hope you guys are all having a great evening. I'm just hanging in there with my voice. But fortunately I don't found it's not been a bad cold. The other cold has said it was like there's nausea and things like that, and I'm glad I'm not throwing up, so that's good. By the time the show's over, you think I'll be 100% recovered. It's this chicken soup I'm sipping on. I don't think I love my voice right now, but that's okay. Your parents made you go to school even when you were sick, because they wanted you to they wanted you to learn. But I think it all depends. Like, if a child says they want to stay home, then they shouldn't be allowed to watch TV or play any games for at least 24 hours. They can only read and sleep, because if they're truly sick, then you're not rewarding. Then they will want to sleep. You think a sore throat might be due to dehydration? That's interesting. Top remedies for laryngitis. Inflammation of the vocal cords. Wow. I don't necessarily have a sore throat, except when I talk too much. I agree, though, that the kids aren't supposed to come to school when they're sick. If they if they vomited or had a fever in the last 24 hours, you're supposed to keep them home. Wait, kids do have unplanned days off. That's called summer. They have plenty of days off in the summer. And weekends. You don't have to plan anything on a Saturday, and that can be their unplanned day off. You think people deserve personal days? May be true. But usually, a lot of working people only have two weeks of paid vacation. Kids get a whole summer. It doesn't really tickle, it's just right there. Okay, garlic, lemon juice, honey, ginger. I should do the ginger. I do have candy ginger, and I haven't been using that. And last time I had this was good. I don't know what the Bird Box challenge is. I did see the show Bird Box. If it has something like "Don't open your eyes," no, I won't be participating. That was pretty funny, Gunter. I would encourage none of you to do any kind of Bird Box challenge if it's involves keeping your eyes closed or something like that. Avoid clearing your throat. Wait, when dealing with laryngitis, it's suggested to speak softly but do not whisper, as whispering actually puts more strain on the vocal cords. Well, give rest to your larynx, avoid clearing your throat, drink adequate water to stay hydrated, but avoid alcohol and caffeine. That would be me. I don't do that. Don't smoke, avoid secondhand smoking. Avoid upper respiratory infections. Use a humidifier, vaporizer to add moisture to the air. Get vocal therapy, which helps analyze the way you use your voice so that you can correct any abnormal speech patterns. Well, how long? Hopefully the laryngitis doesn't last too long. It usually lasts for a few days or up to 2 weeks at the most. Okay, if it lasts longer than 2 weeks, I definitely have to see a doctor, that's for sure. Alright. There we go. No, I don't know. It's strange that it says not to whisper. Because I feel like this already puts strain on my vocal cords. Talking normally or trying to talk normally, but I guess whispering does put strain on it too. No. Alright. Do you guys want to... We can go back to a video, David. Let's look at some news. Together, and you guys can tell me what you think of the news. Did he cave? Was it a master stroke? I am live right now. I am live. Misanthropy. I didn't talk since I saw you guys yesterday. Well, I tried talking, but every time I tried to talk, I sounded like this, so I just didn't talk. And then I thought, oh, you didn't hear me. That's good. Yeah, I think I was even better yesterday than I am today. No, Thursday I didn't do the show on Thursday. Or did I? No, you're right. I did do this show on Thursday. I didn't do it on Wednesday. Wednesday I stopped talking and didn't talk for 24 hours, and now I did it again, but still. I know that today is Saturday. I do know that. I know Mad Dog's told me I need those Honey's cough drops. Yeah, honey lemon cough drops. That's what Allura and Mad Dog are telling me to get. I think I'm going to start with, I have some Burt's Bees cough drops, and I do have some candy ginger. The thing is that with this cold is so strange is it's not really sore throat unless I'm talking. I don't really notice it unless I'm talking. So it's like fine. And I mean, at least I'm not like some other people. They were out sick with throwing up and diarrhea and all that. So yeah, I do have honey and lemon, and I did a couple different teas, but I don't think I'll do a honey lemon ginger tea. I think I'll do that. All those cough drops are inferior. I need the honeys. Okay. Oh, great. Okay, Ghost. With that, I'll just play a video. I think this was Wednesday.
Fascism. I think we watched it together back when I actually watched those kinds of videos on YouTube. Oh, you like the video of David and myself and...
I can't get over you did that.
I can't come back.
I know, you're done.
I don't know what the hell's wrong.
Just rest your voice.
Spud honey is best. I do have some local...
You played that from the other one you did?
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Stop that.
That was smart, thank you.
Yeah, we call it an excessive victory for cake.
All right, thank you. Yeah, you guys barely got through that. Yeah. Thank you, Sarah. Gosh, she is still struggling with her voice, and yeah, I don't know how she did it. Are you doing cough drops, honey?
No.
You should be. That's part of the problem. There's one on the I put right on the edge of the sink in the bathroom. You really need to do that. And have some chicken soup. Yeah, she has to follow a regime of lubricant in the vocal cords. You have to get the chicken soup in there to lubricate the pipes. That helps too. But she's definitely been hit with a bad laryngitis. Okay, I'll tell her to get well soon from Guest Nation. Thank you. I know. Well, chicken soup is one of the old remedies that helps boost the immune system, we found out, and gives us all a chance to fight colds. There is no cure for a cold, really, except through building your immune system. They still haven't developed a cure. Yeah, I feel bad for her. You know, I didn't need to make her chicken soup and dinner, but she has chicken soup and dinner for her, thanks to her time in our show. So at least we have that going for us, which is nice. Yeah, I put all the ingredients, you know, massive amount of herbs and garlic and onions. It helps really stop. In fact, oregano is a natural antibiotic, so is basil. It's a way of stopping lower level of infections in your body while your body focuses on the virus. I know. Well, that was her one and only appearance tonight because that's all she can do. It's overwhelming how difficult this show can be, and I did one night this week just playing videos for you guys from the old days. And that was fun. But I'll do it again, on Monday if she's still knocked out. I know. Her sad light. Well, she uses that for reading, yeah. You notice how Donald Trump has a different kind of demeanor when he's delivering these speeches now? It's kind of like they got him on a Xanax or something, it seems like. It's like they've got him kind of subdued with a Valium or something.
From Congress, the government will either shut down on February 15th again, or I will use the powers afforded to me under the laws and the Constitution of the United States to address this emergency.
Democratic leaders have been emphatic that they won't give the president a penny to build the wall. In the meantime, the president's State of the Union speech is up in the air. It was supposed to happen this coming Tuesday, but now Speaker Pelosi says that she will work with the president on a mutually agreeable date. Michelle?
Well, I'm not Michelle, but Michelle, yeah. Michelle, is there Michelle in here? There's a Michael. Well let's be clear. Michael and I have been working together to acquire a different position for our next sex act. Agree with Trump. They're telling him, yeah, you know, I really don't care if Barack Obama's gay. I really don't. It doesn't matter to me. But it bothers me that he would lie to us all these years and then parade around with the transgenders. So I'm on record making a big deal about it because I don't want Michael or Michelle Obama to run for president. I really don't. I think that would be the worst thing for this country, to see a tranny posing as a woman and making that the first woman. And God forbid we have the first woman in the form of Nancy Pelosi if Donald Trump and Mike Pence end up being found guilty of colluding with Russia, you know, after the Democrats get their act together and put an impeachment together. So, I mean, this woman is really not the person I would put the reign of our nations in her hands. And I don't think it would build our confidence in military situations like Venezuela. But then again, I don't even know if Trump can do that, because he may be getting a call from Vladimir Putin at any time telling him what to do down there. Yeah. Well, she's doing a pretty good job for her age. She's 79 years old, and she's done a remarkable job with her looks. And I think even she could be proud with the fact that she still looks very ravishing for her age to many men. Not me, of course, but I don't know if Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer are actually involved in any kind of relationship. I know that Chuck Schumer, I think, swings the other way. Yeah, his Schumer and wife combo. They're a couple that you really have to, you know, wonder about. Iris Weinshall. Yes, Iris Weinshall has been very, yeah, she's a very masculine looking woman. Best way to describe it. So if he indeed is swinging both ways, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. That's his wife, Iris. Charles Schumer and Iris. And this picture right here is telling... Oh, sorry, Nancy. I didn't mean to interfere with your personal love affair. I hope you're not, you know, offended by me showing... Everyone needs to know that Charles Schumer is married to a woman, woman. Very, very unique looking woman. Whoa, man. I can't believe that's a dude, ma'am. All right, so being that guy is, Iris is definitely possibly a woman. Yeah, that woman, Iris, I should say. Anyway, let's move on. Bill Cosby's still crying in his sleep every night when he goes to bed, and he's losing money buying everybody in the prison commissary money. He's probably dropped a few mil already just buying commissary money. Bill Cosby has $400 million, and he'll be out in, what, 2 years? If he can cry himself to sleep for 2 years paying out commissary money to all the people protecting him, Bill Cosby might live to actually have another day, you know, under monitored supervision without any type of knockout drugs around the women in his house. Man, that must be a real downer to... And he feels like he was framed, too. Bill Cosby, the jealous and God. Jello brown gelatin. You know, there's really nothing more to talk about besides Jeff Bezos and his dick pic. Excuse my vernacular. Yeah. He apparently gives very little amount to his pitiful amount of his $160 billion charity. His assets are $160 billion, and he probably will be losing quite a bit in this upcoming divorce, because it's a 50-50 state. Washington is. He's going to probably lose about, well, $80 billion. Poor guy. Jeff Bezos laughing. Shut up. What is it, the old saying, he who laughs last laughs loudest? I hope this isn't the sign of the times. I mean, if there's a fat lady singing anywhere near here, we had better be worried about that too. Jeez. He could be the last man laughing. But yeah, there's a dick pic of him. Apparently his girlfriend has sex pics on him and released personal stories about how he liked to smell her. I want to smell you. I want you to smell me. Wouldn't that be something to have somebody say, I want you to smell me? It's a real turn on, isn't it? It's a little too upfront and personal. You know, nobody really wants to be smelled, except for Howie, of course, who hangs out and smells women here. He says he likes to smell, he wants a woman to smell good. I don't know. I mean, it seems like Bezos doesn't even know what he's doing. How does a man with that level of intelligence, or shall I say luck, or his wife pretty much was his accountant, so I'm going to say luck, but being his wife built his business with him, this guy snaked away $17 billion from investor capital to put in his personal savings account when he first became rich. But he couldn't even control his own dick pic. Can you imagine? First of all, folks, don't take pictures of your body part. No one cares. I got news for you. No, and guys especially. No woman out there really wants to see your body part. Don't even go there. Big mistake. Yeah. I know. I had to tell you, Cortland. And if you have shown your penis to some women, they're going to, end up using it against you. But anyway, he can't even control those pics with his level of intelligence. And the level is so weird that we have been selling, our government's been buying NSA servers at Amazon. And they've been using those Chinese chips to put into the servers. The ones with have an email account with China. So whenever the NSA handles data, you don't know if any one of those servers at Amazon is corrupted with this Chinese chip that has the ability to send, all kinds of crap to China via email through a secure server. That's a serious potential breach. And having now known that he is, in fact, letting his own pictures of his body part get out, it makes you wonder, is this guy really the right person for national security? I wouldn't give him top secret clearance. That's for damn sure. Jeez. Your dick pic. Of course, Donald has one too. They say he has a sex pic in his possession. Or someone does. Mueller has a picture of Donald Trump called a sex selfie. The altered chip is easy to spot. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he does. Many people think that that's a key to getting a girlfriend. It's also a key to getting oral sex will lead to HPV turning into cancer, like Michael Douglas got. So if you're having a field day and your girlfriend's loving it, you may very well be putting yourself at high risk for cancer. Measles outbreak worsens in Washington as governor declares state of emergency. It doesn't surprise me. These Democrats want to herd inoculate our entire population. I rarely ever talk about sex here, but I want you to know that it's not just some ride in the park and, you're not going down for a second trip with your down memory lane. You're actually potentially risking yourself. Yeah. All right. Inslee declares a local health emergency after identifying an outbreak of measles. Well, this happens in areas that people don't want to vaccinate, like aware populations that don't want to have their kids get autism, because lack of science is coming out of the Democratic's porthole of a brain. Good job, Jay. Well, why don't you just isolate the disease and quarantine the people that are infected? That's what any intelligent person would do, right? Oh no, mass inoculation, herd inoculation, that's all the Democrats can think about. Well, I hope it works out for them. I would not in any way encourage forced vaccination on anyone. Measles is not deadly, neither is mumps. So, no reason to herd inoculate. Thank you. The USA, Europe, and Russia should force their demands upon China and reopen the treaty ports of 1900. We're trying to get an intermediate missile range treaty, INF treaty, that's a sustainable plan, that if we could just get Vladimir Putin on board with that concept, that would be great. If we stop threatening each other with violent missile attacks and work more toward defensive strategies, I think all of our countries will prosper. I can't believe everybody even listens to Vladimir Putin threaten the world with a missile that can go 27 times the speed of sound. How absurd. Slow mode's not banned, no. I can unban slow mode. Isn't it slow mode, not slow modes? Oh, thanks, Daryl. Appreciate it. Yeah, I never banned that person. No. Walmart is setting out to hire 900 new truck drivers and raise their annual salaries to $90,000 as it bids to keep pace with Amazon. That is really good news, Bengalitis. Thank you. Bengalitis is reporting on Walmart getting a really good thing going for their drivers. $90,000 a year, that's decent wage. Yeah, that's worth it to drive a Walmart truck. Look at that. To keep pace with Amazon. And will Bezos and his delivery system actually take over for the USPS? Because right now we're running at a deficit of $7 billion a year delivering Amazon. Ever since Amazon took off in the mail, we've been losing $7 billion a year. And I blame a lot of it on Amazon. And I'm the one who came up with that idea, not Trump. Trump's been talking about it, though. I'm glad he brought it up. Thank you. Well, every day is another day, a waltz toward the inevitability of me running for president all the way to the top, you know. Unfortunately, I didn't expect 10 years of waiting around for a little free press, but I guess I'll have to wait another 10 more years, maybe by 2040 or so. I'm hoping 2088 will be a good election year for me. Well, my body is getting younger, so I managed to conquer the terrible, disgraceful, disgusting weight of gravity and oxidation and all those dang free radicals that keep attacking me and making me older, you know? Yeah. Every day I say, I'm going to fight all these free radicals, every one of them. They're going down. I'm going to win at this thing. Because I'm a winner. I'm a driver. Yeah, I think 2088 may be my year. I hope to get a little free press by that time. The root. Okay, let's take a look at the root. The root of all evil is money. Money is the root of all evil. Wow, that's a blank slate. Let's fill it up for a while. Oh, thank you. Prior to his inauguration, contact with the Russians. Very interesting. Prior to his inauguration, Trump and his merry band of soon-to-be convicted felons had over 100 contacts with Russians. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Blackness in your daily box? No thanks. According to the New York Times report that we can all collectively pretend to be shocked and appalled by, President obstinately orange and obtuse just might have a thing for Russia. And by a thing, I mean that during his 2016 presidential campaign and transition, at least 17 of his campaign officials and advisors had contacts, over 100 of them, with either Russian nationals, WikiLeaks, or their intermediaries. That's a lot. An additional 10 other associates were informed about interactions but did not engage in any themselves. Per the New York Times, this knowledge is based on their own reporting, documents submitted to Congress, and court records and accusations related to the special counsel investigating foreign interference in the election. Well, thank you. Michael Cohen had 17 contacts. Melanie's baby daddy, currently holding the government hostage. Melania's baby daddy, okay, had 6 contacts. That would be Donald. Donald Jr. had 17 contacts. George Papadopoulos had, over a 12-month period, 12 contacts. Paul Manafort, a convicted felon, had 6 contacts. Michael Flynn pled guilty to willfully and knowingly making false, fictitious, and fraudulent statements to the FBI, 5 contacts. Jared Kushner had 6 contacts. And Roger Stone was just arrested on Friday with 18 contacts. Wow. So he's really had more of it than any of them, even Cohen. Jared Kushner, I think they had a contact that is definitely needs to be investigated by the Democrats. Now, they're doing that right now. They're looking into why Jared Kushner has top secret status and why he got that. But one of the contacts he made was with Russians over the phone. We know because the NSA overheard the Russians saying that Jared Kushner had contacted them and wanted to make a private connection to the Kremlin. He wanted a secret connection, Kushner did, to the Kremlin during the pre-election time. And that's something that stands out in my mind as something that the Democrats haven't really, looked deeply into yet. I would love to see if that alone seems like complete espionage at every level. A private connection. And we knew that because the NSA was listening in on Kislyak, talking to the Russians. Anyway, Sharon Stone is not related to, no, I don't think they're related. Roger Stone, though, is definitely facing the music, and he's very proud of the fact that he's got nothing. An unburger. He has nothing, they say. They can't pin anything on him. Tiny house communities are being pushed. I don't want people to live in stack houses. But this is the media pushing this on Google News. These are tiny house communities where you can move into some of these kind of living areas. San Francisco, Deltas Bay claims fame. Lux Tiny, Lakeside, Arizona. You could put up a tiny house in Lakeside, Arizona. That's kind of a cool idea. It's like, I think they call these mobile home parks. But Okeechobee, Florida, gracious tiny house park. Bell Tiny Home Village, Mills River, North Carolina. Well, that's pretty nice. I'm liking the Escalante Village, Durango, Colorado. Now look at that. You're real close to your neighbors there. Vintage Grace, Yantis, Texas. It's popping up all over the place. Wow. Well, I kind of like this idea, actually, as long as they're not stack and pack housing. Now, we're going to talk about stack and pack housing here at the border. We could veritably turn every one of these containers into a wonderful, a beautiful apartment building. Yeah. Right. So say we build a staircase going down, or a ramp that like up here would be a staircase kind of thing. Or better yet, take it one step further and go bury that layer down into the ground. So we have an underground area that we could actually listen to the sound of the earth. It would be like a diaphragm, like a listening post. And we'd put very sensitive audio equipment in there. So if anyone was digging with any kind of a digging device, like the scraping sounds of a shovel, some mule, trying to get through, kicking through the dirt to try to help his drug cartel overlord who tells him what to do and then feeds him cocaine to do the job, we would hear that, even if it was like 50 feet below the surface of the earth. That would be an idea. So that putting it in the ground is good. And then picking a color for our veneer would be good, So say your doors are going to be bright red. There you go. So we'll go for the bright red window right there. And then that door could be like a wide door that's completely open and could be covered with, something, you know, insulatable but not trapped. I don't want to trap anybody in these things. And every one of these things could be a little apartment. If you build a stairway down here, like right here, and then you can access the second layer. I'm just saying this is a viable solution to stack and pack housing for illegal aliens at our border. I don't see why not. You prefer brown? Okay. I thought red would be nice trim. And we could do whatever color you want on the side of the buildings. I mean, I was thinking the entire thing could be kind of a California brown, you know, just kind of like, just color it all in like that. What do you think of that? Paisley? Anyway, whatever you want, it's your choice. We could spray paint it with like a really slick surface and nobody could climb over it. It'd be really good. So I think we could build this at the border with minimal cost, 1,000 mile for the container fence. I don't think it's going to be a problem. So what's the big deal? That's the thing. What's the big deal? Let's relax this concern about a fence and focus on just building it for less and getting it started. So let's get $1 billion in the budget, Nancy. Come on. Come on, Nancy. You haven't given us any wiggle room. You're going to be the one sitting there going, I just think that I'm so special. Meanwhile, our country's suffering. Oh, here's a doctored photo that Roger Stone put out there, the Unburger. This is Roger Stone making fun of Mueller. This is what he's got. This is the proof that Mueller has on him. And he's making a big joke about the hashtag Unburger. All right. The Nothing Burger, thank you. The Nothing Burger. So this is the thing he's tweeting. Well, at least I got the story. It took me, what, an hour? Gee, that wasn't too bad, really. We are at 2 billion viewers cast last night. Shout out to the 1/4 of the planet. Thank you, everybody. Wow, I can't get over you watching me. As you know, poor Sarah doesn't realize that we have billions of viewers. And I do. But isn't that the beauty of the show, is that she's a natural American woman and I'm a natural American guy. And we really are trying to help this country. Something makes us special. Prior to his inauguration, Trump and his merry band of soon-to-be convicted felons had over 100 contacts. Yeah, we got that story. Thank you. I think I'm done there. Okay, and then this one. Oh, that's it. U.S. Taliban may have reached accord on the troop exit. This is good. This is a good sign. Look at that. Pulling out of Afghanistan, another idea I've been promoting for years, is a solid idea. I think even bringing in mercenaries to help the warlords manage their security, something Eric Prince supports, the guy who ran Blackwater. Now it's called Academy. Sarah is the best, yeah. The Stone tweet picture you see, yeah, that was funny. Oh, there you go. Look at this. This is exactly what we're talking about, but these are vertically placed in an apartment fashion. But this kind of a wall unit could be a good wall, yeah. Now we need a lot more than the number I'm talking about to do it this way. But I love everything else. You know, looks good. Thanks for that link. Heinz Ketchup has a contest to win one of 150 jars of ketchup caviar. Okay, we'll get to that in just a second. Thank you. So the U.S. Taliban may have reached accord on the troop exit. U.S. and Taliban may have agreed on a plan for Americans to leave Afghanistan. The understanding is the outcome of nearly a week of intense, uninterrupted dialogue between U.S. and insurgent representatives. Good. Well, this is very good. You know, the more we civilize this dialogue that we're having with areas, the leaders of areas, I think the more likely we're going to get to a long-term solution, sustainable solution. And mercenary need work too, yes. Well, I think they make 1,000 a day, Cortland. And I don't know if mercenaries really need work, but hey, it'd be better than our U.S. troops guarding the heroin production, don't you think? Yes, thank you for showing me that wall of stacked homes. You are the best. Misanthropy. Now, America's favorite ketchup. America's favorite ketchup presents America's favorite caviar. Chance to get your hands on one of 150 jars this Valentine's Day. No purchase necessary. Heinz new ketchup caviar. Oy vey, what are they going to think of next? For true ketchup lovers, Heinz ketchup caviar. Little pearls of ketchup for an exquisite Valentine's Day. Is this plastic? Or, yeah. What the hell is that? I mean, I'm not really sure it is caviar. What is it? Gelatin ketchup? That's messed up, man. I'm beginning to think it's plastic. It wouldn't surprise me if it is. Are you surprised? I'm very surprised. Ex-Starbucks CEO could get Trump reelected. How's that? Howard Schultz is now trying to pitch for Trump now? Well, that's good to know. Yeah, he thinks politics are broken and that may run for president as an independent. Democrats think that's a terrible idea. But, yeah, before there was Jill Stein, there was Ralph Nader. Before there was Nader, there was Ross Perot. None won. All argued that the Republican Party and the Democratic Party were basically the same, and the only way to make real change was to ditch them both. Each was blamed for siphoning off enough votes to throw the presidential elections. These days, the difference between the parties is starker than it's ever been in modern times, yet here comes Howard Schultz, a billionaire who feels that he might be the answer to American politics, and that he'd be running for president as an independent. All right. So somehow that's going to get Trump votes because more Democrats will be voting for him instead of the Democrat, and will pull the votes away from the Democratic Party, which has the most people, voters, actually signed up to vote. The Democrats have much higher numbers than the Republicans. It's almost like 53 to 47%. That's why they usually win the popular elections and have in the past few elections. It's amazing. Yeah. All right. We're done with that conversation. Thanks for that link. I hope that he doesn't run because, frankly, I'm confused by his politics. He supports transgender operations at his organization. He actually told people that if you want to become a Starbucks employee, you can actually get a free transgender operation. So when I go to the Starbucks now, I see transgenders there. A lot of them are flocking to become transgender Starbucks, baristas. Transgender barista. And he'll pay for their operations, he said. So he's a very unusual person. He will pull the LGBTQ vote in a big way for what he's doing. Well, yeah, and I would expect the Democrats to suffer defeat because of their lack of concern about the border. The border is the #1 priority. That's why I've always felt that this idea needs virality, and I'm glad, in a way, for all of us, that Trump is carrying the ball on the border. You know, if I was 100% sure that Trump was not working for Russia, I'd be saying, good job, Trump. You know, take my ideas, go with it. But I can't say that because I really do believe Russia's pulling a string somehow. No, I was not in Bosnia in the 1990s. There was a David John Sponheim, who spells his middle name John, that was apparently an Air Force sergeant and had served time out there, I think. But that's the only explanation, because a lot of people ask me that question. Now, if you believe that I'm a trained military operative, highly capable of defending myself in extremely dangerous situations with multiple weapons, and you somehow think that I changed my name or acquired his name to cover up a dark past, that's a preposterous theory. Yeah, I would. Somebody said that this guy was possibly a war crime criminal. I don't know. Somebody's been saying some pretty weird things about that other David John Sponheim. Yeah, I've never really known, though. All I know is that he was an Air Force sergeant, and that we found out he lived and died and apparently lived during my time. I never met him, though. All right. My goodness. Yeah. The cool tiny houses here are just amazing. I mean, doesn't that look like the ultimate? You've got your greenhouse right out there, your deck. I'd love to have a greenhouse outside my deck. And Cedar Springs, tiny village, New Paris, Ohio. It just keeps going. Yeah, it's just so many people are thinking about this as a way of life. Hey, I'm all for it. I love it. This is such a nice idea. We Casa, Lyons, Colorado. It's just everywhere. They're popping up everywhere. This is a really good sign for America, I think. It's showing the flexibility of our possible housing for people who are trying to cut their costs on energy, for one. Wow, you need to lighten up on your weed, huh? I don't think people know the kind of poo that they have, whether it's spicy or not. Yeah, how would you know if your poo is spicy? Digital Mall Rat. Hey, Inventor Jim Genius. What's going on, man? So you're trying to create an ultimate manifesto by taking a centrist vision for America, like hybrid capitalism, and combining it with communism? That's not a good idea. No, centrism has its draw because it has the majority of people appeased by our policies. We're not trying to make enemies out of the left or the right. We're trying to find the best of both worlds. And communism does not do that. Communism has this precept, the belief that somehow everything is beautiful. Yeah, and it takes away people's property rights. It's horrible. Here's a concept. Centrism, America's third party. And that's me. Look at that. There I am. Anyway, this is a concept of bringing the best of the left and the right together, in which we can kind of coexist. I don't think the left should really take away the right to bear arms. And that's an area that the right is strong about. I don't think the left should impose unnecessary taxes on people to pay for the wayward population. We've got to make a way in which we can move money that the left is wasting toward helping people without robbing you of your tax dollars. And that's a shift in our thinking where we actually get a return on investment. But there's a lot of ways of looking at this whole paradigm. We don't have to be one way or the other. Why are you not purple? Why would I be purple? Thank you, Insane Canadian. We're the best damn stream in the entire galaxy. In the known universe. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of both sight and sound. Of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the ultimate Mr. Right zone.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. You spin my world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, 'cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Okay, we fulfilled our mandatory required playtime for that show, and thankfully we got through that, which is good. And we're letting Sarah rest her voice for the rest of the evening, folks. So I'll be in here with you guys, pounding away your beer and hanging out. Poor lady has not talked to me hardly at all, but she's really been hit with a massive laryngitis, man. There he is, Pet Cheetah. Love your new look, man. You've expanded out. You look like you're ready for a little bud. Look at that. He's pounding away the Budweiser tonight. And beautiful cat Fluffy is in with her constant meow parade. She's in the show. We've got camming up people all over the place. Wow, you got hats, baseballs. Very colorful night. Look at that, Saturday night. It's Saturday night and the night is not so colorful for me. Yeah, we're dealing with no, she didn't take a flu vaccine, but everybody at her school that she works at has been getting sick, and they've even got a stomach thing going on. There's 2 different flu viruses going around right now. Are you, Tim John, what are you saying? 2 soldiers performing Springtime for Hitler in Germany? Yeah, that's a Broadway hit. So you got the Guess Who performing American Woman? Wow, I'll have to look at that. That's 14 minutes of nonstop rock and roll. All right, I'll have to get to that. But right now, a word from Jeff Bezos and Amazon.com. Thank you. All right. Good to know. Thank you, Jeff. No, did I say there's no, I never made any recommendations for medical help for Sarah. No. Resting her voice, taking some herbal tea, and drinking chicken soup is not practicing medicine. That's pretty funny that you should say that. I'm not practicing at anything. No, that's incorrect. You have been muted. Tim Jaw has a 5-minute layover. Can you quote me on vaccines? No, you can't quote me because I'm not a qualified doctor. All I can say is that if we look at the study done in Yale University in 2014, it showed an incidence of 38% increase in childhood autism as a result of the rate at which vaccines were delivered into a subpopulation of black children. And it was African Americans that were most susceptible to this. They found a 38% increase statistically due to the rapid increase in which vaccines are delivered. I'm not disputing the efficacy of vaccinations, although I do believe that many of the flu vaccines are not effective and can be proven to be not effective. I myself am not the final word. Mercola.com has a much better analysis. They do deep research. And Mercola has found glyphosate in vaccines. Mercola has found Roundup, the very product that we put in our vaccines. And I don't even think that's a malicious, purposeful thing. I think that we're using colloidal suspensions made of gelatin, which comes from the hoofs of animals, which happen to be walking around Roundup. I think that's a simple reality check for us. We don't know what's going in these vaccines. And when we're injecting something in our bodies, we're not really sure 100% that they're safe. That's what I'm talking about. Stunning commercial showing cannabis benefits to air during Super Bowl banned by CBS. Wow. Look at this.
Seizures every single day. None of the prescriptions would work. One pill almost killed our son.
I've had 3 back surgeries, and I was on opioids for 15 years. It was a very dark, very depressive time in my life.
After my injury, I felt like I couldn't live with the pain, but I couldn't live with this treatment long term. It was unbearable.
I don't have to live like that anymore.
Wow.
Medical cannabis saved Austin's life.
Cannabis has given me my life back.
There are families in other states having to watch their children die.
I want to see my brothers and sisters who sacrificed so much for this country have access to the safest treatment possible. This really is an injustice.
It's not just unfair, it's cruel.
Wow. Acreage Holdings Company .com. Yeah, message from Acreage Holdings. So this company loved cannabis so much that they put this video out there, and they were told by censors they couldn't play it at the Super Bowl. Wow. Thank you, chat room celebrity. Yeah. You're running a malicious software program, spy, search, and destroy, but don't know if I should just uninstall Chrome. Well, Isle of Fries, you're still doing your work on your Compaq, your 2003 Compaq laptop, running probably Vista or something. Yeah. Yeah, if you uninstall Chrome and reinstall, that's not going to, you got to make sure your cache is clear. Go there first. I used to use CCleaner, but I heard CCleaner had a problem, but they may have, Paraform may have actually corrected the problem. CCleaner always was good in the past. You ran this on a former neighbor's laptop and it removed 12,000 plus. Yeah, Malwarebytes is good. Yeah. But they tend to embed in your program and they make you join their organization, and then they keep sending you reminders to join and keep buying the program. Yeah, CCleaner had a problem, but Privazer is the one that really works. Yeah. Privazer is great. It does the deepest, carefulest cleaning I've seen of any of them. Privazer is way more careful than CCleaner. But it takes a long time too. Privazer, yeah, I go with Chatroom Celebrity on that one. BleachBit is better than CCleaner. Yeah, I'm sure it is, but didn't Hillary Clinton use that? She was spotted, her actual IT guy was spotted searching the internet, the forums, looking for a way to get rid of her emails. If that isn't a smoking gun for investigation and litigation, I don't know what is. I mean, the very guy, and he actually got immunity to testify against her, and this story didn't even come out. It was in the news, but it didn't make a big issue, and they didn't even broaden their scope of the investigation. Hillary, need I remind you, was never prosecuted for anything. Yeah, I think you have to look at Donald Trump being part of the deep state to get that conclusion that, you know, if you're still one of the people that believing the BS that they want you to believe, that Donald Trump is somehow stopping the deep state, that's absurd. Yeah, if you have nothing and you go to Trend Micro and use House Call, that's your simplest solution, yeah. Anyway, you guys at iBlog aren't interested in that. Travis Scott is going to join Maroon 5 at the 2019 Super Bowl halftime show. That'll be fun. You know, last year we watched the Showtime, or the Super Bowl, at our local big TV. I'm not going to say where. We might do that this year. It was fun. You know, you sit around with people that are drinking, you know, and Sarah and I don't drink, so it's kind of like, how you doing? What's going on? You here to the Super Bowl too? My husband is here with me, and you know, he doesn't have a very big dick. But I would like to talk to you. Yeah, we met some pretty interesting people. No, Sarah, that's the woman we met. Sarah and I were just sitting there going, oh, hi. Woman was talking about the size of her husband's dick. What does that mean anyway? Well, Dick was his name. Richard for short, or for long. Yeah. Dopey. This background's starting to really bug me. Back to the grind. Let's get back to work. Enough vacation time. We got work to do here at the White House. He keeps pushing Linux every time. Misanthropy's in love with Linux. Linux this, Linux that. He doesn't realize you're saying goodbye to all of your Windows programs. Bye. They'll be running in the background, never to be used again. Oh. With all the time you spend trying to remove that crap, you should be reinstalling everything. Really? So you think we should just reinstall, like, upload Mint is the best program? What would you start with, Misanthropy? Mint is the best version of Linux? Isn't it true that Linux people are being watched by the government? Migrate to Linux. I don't even want to go into Linux. I mean, what was it Red Hat that made billions of dollars on teaching people how to run a simple common source, open source program, Linux? Red Hat. Yeah, they made a big amount of money in the military. Arch Linux is your best top of the line. That's your destination, to have Arch, really. We're learning stuff about technology tonight. That's good. That's sustainable. I'm still keeping my videotape from 1985, just in case there's an apocalypse and I have to run my generator and watch, you know, old videos. Imagine if we didn't have the internet. Entirely possible if we get hit with an electromagnetic pulse, we might all be stuck with this. Yeah. What would you do without your VHS playback ability, Dave? I don't know. Well, the CDs would probably work. You could run your CD player. It's not the end of the world, though. I mean, if something like that happens, you can always survive. Look back. What's this?
This is Solutions to Economic Collapse, March 3rd, 2013.
I remember that guy, yeah. Well, the hair was having some problems then. I was using really rough conditioners and shampoo. You hated Ubuntu and Mint? They made you switch back to Windows? Oh, so I've been hearing good things about Mint. Now you're saying Mint is bad. Well, isn't that special? You know, I'm getting sick to my stomach just looking at pictures of Nancy Pelosi, so I better not do this too long. Otherwise, the fake smile and the phony look and everything is going to etch into my brain.
And we think we have some better ideas about how to do so that protect our border, honor our values, and are cost-effective.
Negotiations will continue until mid-February.
She doesn't even know how to protect the government. Our country's border cannot be protected with just a little bit of apportionment to our drones. And we need a fence, Nancy. What's wrong with her and her fence? Hasn't she been to the Vatican and seen the fence that's built around there? No, this is my real hair, man. I used a better conditioner, though. It was made by Garnier. Yeah. Thank you for asking, though. It's an avocado shea butter made by Garnier. It's good. It's amazing. Kind of like gives you, you know, a little bit more body. And I think of monsters too when I think of Chuck and Nancy. I mean, the whole idea of them grandstanding here and not giving Donald the $5 billion fence idea is ridiculous. Now, folks, I know many of you have looked into drugs and self-medication for feelings of loneliness. Well, scientists are now working on a pill for loneliness, kind of like Soma. The modern life has led to greater isolation, which can fuel an array of disorders. If there are medications for social pains like depression and anxiety, why not loneliness? Yes, this pill could veritably provide you the sense that there's somebody in the room with you. And his name is Dave. Yeah. You begin hallucinating that Dave is sitting with you at all times, talking to you. Yeah, there you go. Hey, buddy. Let me whisper in his ear. Hey, buddy. You're not alone, pal. 1 is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. 2 can be as lonely as 1, but the number 1 is the only one. Weed the people, yeah. I think marijuana is a big mood. You know, the new hybrid Kushes that you get? That's far better than drugs and pharmaceuticals, yeah. The hybrid Kush, I've noticed when I vaped it in a vape pen, which has a little coil on it that sends just pure THC into your brain, I notice that I feel a little bit more uplifted, you know? Kind of like wow, kind of now, kind of, you know, I'm not bent in any way, if that's what you mean. Bezos can easily afford to give Trump $5 billion without hitting a dent in his account. Oh, I know. And why doesn't Bezos get behind the wall? Yeah. Because, frankly, Jeff's got too much to deal with this divorce. 50% of his assets going to be going out the door. And that makes him laugh. And then pretty soon when National Enquirer releases the picture of his penis, that'll be funny. So I guess he's got too much on his mind. And then by the time he, you know, deals with the fact that USPS is probably going to cancel his order if he keeps giving him $2 a package, pretty soon he won't have anything. He won't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. I know. People think Linux look ugly, but is most customizable. I know. And that's why I travel in the world of Windows, because it is the most widely accepted product that I was trained and propagandized and programmed to use. I was destined to become a Windows user. I was trained at the Windows Academy of Self-Teaching. So bizarre weather patterns we talked about tonight. Moscow get hit by a massive storm. Yeah, serious. This is well worth looking at the video one more time. Let's take a peek. Look at this from a different angle. Severe storm hitting. We're talking global climate change here. Oh yeah. But what's causing it? That's the thing. What's it all about? Alfie? Yeah, it's just crazy. I'm convinced that a lot of these weather pattern changes are a result of changes in our magnetosphere. And this theory is still very, very possible that the magnetosphere itself has been altered. Isn't that Magneto? It's Magneto. It's the magnetosphere. Yeah, so this is the theory that this Earth has been, the true north has been changing over the past few years. They're saying now that a mining operation in Siberia is pulling uranium and moving it to another location may very well have led to this anomaly, which ends up costing Moscow some weather problems because they didn't plan on playing Mother God. They just thought they were Russian, that we could control all weather patterns, no problem. So what, we move uranium 100 million miles away, so no big deal. I just don't know what the cause of it is, though. That's the theory, though. No, a snowstorm like that in Moscow in January is unusual. It's not unusual to freeze to death in Siberia. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, here's a song for the gulags up there, for all of you watching on UHF. It's not unusual to get frostbite in Kazakhstan. It's not unusual to be like Borat every day. To be you and me. We could actually do this as a musical. It might be better. Because doing the show nightly has gotten a little bit, kind of static for me. So So breaking out into a musical every few minutes makes a lot of sense, don't you think? Especially in these times of depression and tragedy. Oh yeah, I hope everybody's having a good time tonight. It's great to, be able to hit the bottle legally. Can you imagine being in Prohibition and not being able to get a beer? That must have sucked. And now most people really can access marijuana in 36 states, so that's kind of nice. Hey, you got to kick back and unwind. Self-medication's far more affordable than standard big pharma medication, that's for sure. It's like Kmart hold music, but it was developed by a company which analyzes the human genome and designed it to be specifically for your delight and pleasure. The original creation of that music was designed to mesmerize you and put you in a hypnotic state. But luckily for you, we don't have that problem. No, we would never do that to you. We want you to feel good. I mean, obviously you'd like to be here. I know I would. And this makes me feel better, more calm, more collected, So this is a nice place. This is a good place for Sustainable Saturday, where we could, have a little greenhouse here on the island and make our own vegetables and live at peace with nature. How many tons, what do you do with salt trash with the seawater pipeline? Well, we have a plan, Big Dundee. The saltwater pipeline originally has the vector plan, which is to let gravity do its work with salt and any debris. And what we're going to try to do is develop nanobots that will, travel in the seawater pipeline and clean out anything that would be clogging its portholes. These would be like bumpkins, mudkips, Pokemon mudkips, if you can imagine what those look like. Of course you can. You know what Pokemon is. Any of you grew up on Pokemon. I'm a little bit older than that, so it doesn't really apply to me. But the idea of an ocean pipeline has been at the center of our efforts for some time. Yes, so here it is. The ocean pipeline. Yeah, and this is where seawater enters and desalinates using the sun's energy. So you have the seawater in the center, and you've got an enclosed surface with a translucent outer barrier. So the sun can shine in, heat it up, and then what happens is evaporation occurs, and all the dewdrops of condensed air, of water rather, drip down here into these reservoirs, which then can be used and stored for potable drinking purposes. I should do sign language for the show, don't you think? I should learn to do that. Where do you dispose of it? Well, the seawater at the bottom, let me draw you a picture, McDundee. You're going to make this very interesting. Yes. The vector, the V section of the midsection, when I want to drop these things in the ground, we'll be using this section right here primarily. We'll be using like a V shape in here, and the entire line will have a center pole at the base with holes in it, so that any type of salt or brine that collects at the bottom can be sucked out. And it'll be holes all the way around, much like this, you know, the standard septic pipes that you use in your backyard now. So this V-shaped here, going down this way, will soak in all the salt, and that will be evacuated out of that pipe into an area that will hold concentrated salt, which we then can dehydrate and put into a molten salt solar collector, which can actually fuel energy day and night, and we could build a solar collector system out of the massive amount of salt that we are going to get. Salt is a commodity that the solar collector uses, so why not build it? And it has a certain lifespan. So as it heats up and creates molten salt from the sun's energy, it's able to heat up water that can turn kinetic generators, which can create electricity. That's another side project. This is just a great way to create fresh water. But we can also split those atoms and create hydrogen and oxygen through hydrolysis, and ultimately have liquid hydrogen as a storage solution for a lot of the sun's energy. But the real sun energy involved here is not photovoltaic, it's passive solar energy, where the sun shines in and just heats the thing up and it evaporates faster. This is a passive solar system that completely eliminates the use of centrifugal desalination or drip desalination or solid carbon block desalination, all of which clogs filters. This doesn't have any clogging at all. It will have unlimited lifespan. Will last virtually as long as the surface of the translucent barrier stays solid. It will last forever. So I want to make these built to last about 40 years. UV protected. We'll be contracting with Dow Chemical to make the polycarbonate, building American jobs. It's a win-win for Dow Chemical. Not that I want to give them a project, because I'm going to be taking some projects away from them. They've got a big factory that makes resin shares down in Houston, 2,000 employees. That's where I want to start. I want to replace that resin factory with a polycarbonate factory that makes these units, these modulars. The modules themselves are stackable on 18-wheelers, and we can take them around the country. And we can build solar or seawater ocean pipelines all up and down the coast of California, Oregon, and we can go to Atlanta. Atlanta has a water problem that they need desalination big time. Atlanta, Georgia could benefit from this. So all these areas that are near ocean seawater around the country are potential areas where we create fresh water. Bye, good night, beautiful cat, Fluffy. Sleep well. So the ocean pipeline itself isn't an end-all solution to our freshwater needs. It's an augmented solution. We also have to develop a way of reclaiming water when it goes through the area like Arizona. We don't have enough reclamation of that water. They get flash floods twice a year. We need to grab every single drop that comes toward a city and store it. So we need large swills to store water. Once a year is not a very sustainable plan to get water. Yeah, freezing video. All right, let me close down from the animation again and go back to centrist politics with David Spahn. Or let's do something else. We'll go with this. Thank you. Sometimes that water will cause the video to freeze. Okay, we could talk about the effect of Zionism on our country and how Donald Trump has been doing the work of Israel. I don't know how much more we could really expound upon other than the fact that Donald Trump is a Zionist. And this video talks more about it. Let's take a look.
And, you know, I'm less, it's, you know, some people might put, you know, think, Adam, that we put too much weight on an outlet like InfoWars and Alex Jones. What would you say to that? That somehow it's like, okay, well, it might happen to be, but he's not really that influential, or most people think he's nutty or something like that. How would you respond to something like that?
just think out of all the people in alternative media, like you think of the mainstream and then the alternative, who else would be the controlled opposition that gets the most attacks and that makes the biggest fool of himself but Alex Jones? Right. He's hugely influential. He was huge in getting Trump in, and the way that all the mainstream media like puts like him as the poster boy to kind of dismiss a lot of conspiracies, that's really telling. And
yeah, you know, they made a good point. I'll play this later tonight. Alex Jones is a controlled opposition player who latches onto some idea. You know, the time he talked about Michelle Obama being a transgender, he immediately, the day after, recanted it and said he didn't mean that. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to say that she was. You know, he started recanting every single thing he said about her, because his handlers got to him and said, "Hey, you're not privy to this knowledge that Michelle is a transgender. You know, you're not supposed to be talking about that." But lo and behold, Michelle Obama really does have everything tells me that she's definitely you know, toting a package there. I am reading the chat. Yeah. And I'm not going to make a big deal about, you know, a woman who obviously is a dude, other than the fact that, you know, Obama was gay. A lot of people spoke out about him. Larry Sinclair is one of them.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans...
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Thank you. I fulfilled my goal of playing that again. I know it's getting stale. Yeah, I wanted to just get that out of the way. A lot of people have never seen my Michelle Obama's penis. You don't mind if I show it just a couple times, you know, once in a while? Is that okay? Thanks. I knew you'd understand. I didn't play too much of it, though, so you won't be too offended being a Democrat who still suck off their dick. Anyway, back to this idea. Yeah, this is a concept where we actually give you fresh water. We can make 3 gallons per day, minimum. Up to 10 gallons a day, fresh water, out of each unit. So if you string, say, 2,000 of these things in one direction, you'll see a lot of water. Yeah. You'll see 60,000 gallons minimum to 100,000 gallons of water a day. Well, it turns out that Vegas needs 60,000 gallons a day that they're missing. There we go. Periscope's down. I'm watching it over here perfectly fine. I'm refreshing. Yeah, I'm playing no problem. Has it been censored? Because I'm the only one in there. Try this link right here. That's weird. Huh. I don't know why that was happening. Is video down here? Thank you. I'm back. All right. Well, that was shocking. Okay, this is the story that came in earlier. Let's get to it. Britain's Telegraph newspaper pays substantial damages to Melania Trump over a false report. Wow. She sues, you know. She doesn't hesitate. Britain's Telegraph newspaper has apologized and paid damages to the First Lady after publishing an article it says contained false statements. The newspaper said Saturday it apologized unreservedly to Mrs. Trump and her family for any embarrassment caused by the content of a cover story published January 19th in the newspaper's weekly magazine supplement. It said it falsely characterized Mrs. Trump's father's personality, falsely reported that reasons she left an architecture program, and falsely reported her career as a model was unsuccessful before she met Donald Trump. Okay. We accept that Mrs. Trump was a successful professional model in her own right before she met her husband and obtained her own modeling work without his assistance, the newspaper said, also acknowledging that it had incorrectly reported the year when the couple first met. The claim that Mrs. Trump cried on election night is also false. That's true. It's not. She didn't cry. It also retracted the statement that Mrs. Trump's father, mother, and sister had relocated to New York in 2005 to live in buildings owned by Trump. Huh. The BBC News said a spokeswoman for Melania Trump said she often encouraged or encountered opportunists out to advance themselves by disparaging her name and image. Okay. Well, she certainly has made use of Donald Trump's legal staff to her advantage, that's for sure. Wow. Did you hear about the 3-year-old boy missing in North Carolina for 3 days and found alive? No, I didn't. He tells police and his parents that 2 nights was with a friendly bear. Yikes. A friendly bear. Seriously? Was this like a feral child? That's weird. I lived with a small family of eagles for a while before I became human. No, I'm just kidding. That's terrible. I'll look it up on Google right now. Yeah. Man, that's a trip with a bear. Here it is, the story that we just heard from iBlog. In your face, ready to go. It's the story we heard on iBlog of a missing little 3-year-old boy. I'm sorry, I'm reliving my childhood when I watched nothing but the Brady Bunch. When NPR declared a nightmare was happening here in North Carolina. Casey Cathaway, Ernle, North Carolina, age 3, was reported missing from his grandmother's home on Toller Road in Ernle, North Carolina, around 1:45. Casey was outside playing in the yard with 2 other children and was discovered missing when the other children came back. He was found alive, surviving cold, rain, and presumably critters in North Carolina's woods. It's the outcome that we always hope for, that we strive for every single time, Shelley Lynch, a spokesman for the FBI, told NPR. Casey Hathaway was last seen Tuesday afternoon playing with 2, blah, blah, blah. But we lost 3. It's been at least 45 minutes because we've been looking all over the woods for him, his grandmother said in a 9/11 call. Hundreds of volunteers helped a state and law enforcement federal rugged area joined by canines, aircraft, and drones. The terrain was treacherous, with some areas flooded and filled by sinkholes. As the hours passed, authorities feared that Casey, who weighed 25 pounds and stands 28 inches tall, wasn't dressed warmly enough for the weather conditions. We did not give up. Wow, we just want to tell everybody that we're thankful that we took the time to search for Casey and prayed for him. Rescuers walked through waist-high water to reach him. The boy was cold and wet with a few scrapes and cuts. His coat was still zipped up. For the conditions, I think he fared pretty well, they told reporters. We're very fortunate for where we are. He was found about 50 yards into the woods, a little more than a quarter of a mile away from where he went missing. Wow. He'd been wandering through the area. No mention of a bear. Are you making the bear part up? Or was that your own embellishment? All right, I looked it up. There you are. David Tickett is hitting on you like a guy working at the adult store that asks if I wanted Magnum condoms. Really? Maybe he sees you as sexually ambiguous. A lot of these homosexuals are constantly Melania Trump demanded spiritual cleansing of the White House. I don't think we can talk about Melania right now. Yeah, I mean, she sues anybody who says anything about her. Yeah, I think we got a gag order right now. We can't talk about anything. Other than the fact that she was very discouraged when her husband was... Something in the way she looks. Remember that moment when Trump turned to her and said something? What was it he said to her at that famous moment at the inauguration? What was it? We can talk about that. Melania Trump caught on camera. Check this out.
My prayer that God will bless you, your family.
Yeah, Melania apparently only smiles when her husband's watching. That was the weirdest thing. It's like, boom. Right there, like he says something like, screw you. And then boom. Wow. What could he have said with his mouth? What is that? When the motion of his mouth? Screw you. Screw you. No thanks to you. Or screw you. Something like that. He said, shut your mouth. No. It's got to be screw you, because he only moved his lips hardly at all. Look at this. Screw you. It's like a double statement. It's like, oh, sure, yeah, screw you. Okay, so it could have, oh, sure, yeah, screw you. Yeah, and then the fateful response from her, the dejection, the loneliness, the isolation. So we can talk about that. That's in our face. But you can't make up stories about people. Yeah, that's just bad policy. And we do know that she did pose naked in a magazine. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, wait till you see Donald Trump's sex selfie, and you'll know why. I mean, really, if indeed it exists. We never banned how he did it. Okay, what they're doing now, and we lost Dupster last night completely as a supporter when he found out that he was banned. Mark has been banning our top viewers and people that come in here all the time. I didn't do this to Dupster or to Howie. Dave, I'm 50, unemployed, and live with my parents. Congratulations. Well, you're doing great. How did you manage to do that long and convince your parents that you weren't just a total loser? Why don't you get more personal? Are they ready to kick you out? Or are they going to sue you? Or what's going on? Are they getting old? Do they need your help? Or do you buy their prescription medication for them? I mean, I want to know more. Yeah, I believe Mark may have banned a few of our core people. Are your parents really wealthy, or are you worried about, you know, what's going to happen when they die? I mean, what's really facing you? Because something has prevented you from getting a job, and you're 50. You have to figure this out. How you can get I don't have any idea. I wouldn't know. What you need to do is get a job for yourself like I did, and get a career, and then quit your career when you're done. Thank you. When you retire with enough money in the bank to survive in a manner that you're accustomed to. Yeah, well, I don't think it's a big deal that a lot of people are getting kicked out. I think it just gives more diversity. People can go into other rooms. Universe of Memes says 4 minutes ago, hi, Dave. I never would have known that Universe of Memes was there until I said hi. Hi. But this is ridiculous. A pill for loneliness. What are they going to think of next? A pill for loneliness. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. We cannot talk about Melania other than what we can extrapolate from the news. We can only point to facts, not suspicions, and not, yeah. And believe me, she's got a law on her side. She's got a team of lawyers that work for Trump that recently said they wouldn't work for Trump because Trump, he's got a separate thing going on. So his normal staff of attorneys are working double time to cover her. Yeah, you could torture people with multiple personalities, I suppose. Am I afraid of being sued? By Melania, yes, I am. Not that I've ever said anything untoward to her. I've never said anything disrespectful of her. I've always maintained very much of a respectful attitude toward her. I actually feel sorry for her. I have sympathy for her as a person. I have empathy for her. I don't want to date her. And I know she's a married woman, so yeah, I don't think we really need to go into depth about that, but there's really nothing wrong with Melania. Trump has all kinds of things wrong with him. I mean, you can name the things on all hands. But what is wrong with Melania? She's quiet, she's very reserved, she's very careful. She speaks through fashion. Yeah, the Melania jacket image has become a national icon of America's attitude toward people. But saying she really doesn't care on a trip to Haiti has got to be the most interesting statement of all. I mean, she really doesn't care, except she wore a jacket that said that. So apparently she cares about that. She cares about the poor people in Haiti, I'm sure, or in wherever it hits. Puerto Rico, I guess it was. Yeah, sorry. Did I say Haiti? I hate it when I say Haiti. What about all those people that died in Haiti, the 339,000 people that died there? Yeah, I know a lot of you aren't losing sleep over that. Yeah, I'm sure you're really thinking about it. Or maybe you were on the recent cruise to Haiti where you stayed in the new resort hotel right next to the mass grave. It's a disgrace. Why haven't we seen prosecution? How come we haven't seen anyone charged with the crime for not helping those poor people? Where are the Democrats on Haiti? They don't seem to care about prosecuting the Hillary Clinton clan. Clinton Foundation pulled in $5.4 billion to help Haiti. Only 0.5% actually went to the people. You finally watched that segment on Vietnam on PBS? It is disturbing about the lies and deceptions, President JFK, Johnson, Nixon. What about General Westmoreland saying that they don't mourn like regular people, in reference to all the South Vietnamese or North Vietnamese that lost their lives? Westmoreland actually said that they don't mourn like regular people, like normal people. It's just heartless, mindless military jargon coming out of that guy's mouth. He's no longer living, but I mean, that's got to be one of the worst things a general has ever said about enemies or anyone suffering losses. Yeah, I've heard a little bit about Leaving Netherland. I don't have access to that documentary, Bengalitis. Leaving Netherland, it's about Leaving Neverland is about Michael Jackson and alleged pedophilia. There's some people that spoke out last night in our show in the evening. We played a video talking about their experience with Michael, using Jesus juice to drug the kids. No, people mourn like that, like all people mourn. Doesn't matter who you are, where you are. Humans mourn the same way. So to minimize their grief was an example of a sociopathic military thing to say. The look. These are my Uvex glasses. Kind of bulky, kind of hard, but sometimes the blue light gets to me until my 9 o'clock when it dims. I think I should probably get this thing to dim at 7:30 or so. No, it's not out yet. They're still working on confabulating lies about Michael Jackson. You know, it's interesting that the Santa Barbara police never produced any of the alleged items of interest in the Michael Jackson case. We never saw a single item from Santa Barbara. They said they had it. They never presented it. Somebody must have paid them off. But if Michael Jackson really was doing that to children, it's deplorable. But what's even worse is, what if Michael Jackson isn't dead? Yeah. Some people believe the Dave comeback was a complete different. Basically, Michael Jackson befriended a man who was a burn victim named Dave. We actually revealed this in our show, and we played this. I'm going to give you an analysis tonight in our show of Dave's comeback in 2015 and how it's not Dave, it's Michael Jackson in a bodysuit. Yeah, this is pretty interesting, and the possibility that Michael Jackson faked his death is very, very likely. We've got super information here tonight on Dave. Dave, when we outed his disguise, just recently died. Right after, a week after I outed Michael Jackson on our show, Dave mysteriously died, and there was no fanfare for his burial, nothing. Just Dave's dead now. Yeah, I think Dave may have been pulled out of the scenario. Whoever wherever the real Dave is, I don't know. But Michael Jackson retired that disguise when we revealed this on our show. And as you know, we're seen around the world by millions and millions of people nightly. The chat rooms that I talk to get ideas and points to talk about have been groomed down by censors down to about, what, 80 people in one and 30 in another. I mean, it's crazy. I have never watched Serbian film, no. Why do you ask? What am I supposed to see in a Serbian film? You watched a really disturbing documentary today, really? Bummer. That kind of sets in your head. It pretends to be a snuff film. I'm sure there are a lot of those things out there. I don't want to watch anything. Leland, whoever you are. I don't like to watch things that are designed to look like murder or torture or death. I don't think I want to watch Serbian film look like snuff film. That makes me sick. You should be deplored by such evil actions. What is wrong with you, you perverted American? Hey, I'm American too, so don't kid yourself. But I don't think it's appropriate to watch, stuff like that. It's bound to affect your consciousness. Whatever's left of it. If you even have a conscience. Or you're like Roger Stone delivering the Nothing Burger. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nothing Burger. Apparently this is his joke, posting this on Instagram, claiming that he doesn't have any dirt on, Mueller doesn't have any dirt on him. I would agree with Roger Stone on one level. I don't think Roger Stone was the guy involving WikiLeaks. I don't think he's the guy. The WikiLeaks, the 30,000 WikiLeaks that came out, more than likely were the result of this DNC murder mystery of Seth Rich. He was in contact with WikiLeaks too, and he was the most likely person to get the Awan brothers access to their server. I don't see how Roger Stone would even be on the docket for interested people unless they were actually trying to target Roger Stone to divert our attentions from Seth Rich and the Awan brothers and Debbie Wasserman Schultz and her brother Steve Wasserman. Now, Seth Rich was near the Awan brothers and could have accessed the files very easily with a thumb drive. And we know that information was transferred through a thumb drive. We know that the arithmetic code in the files themselves say it was moved at a certain rate. But I'm not an expert in that field, but it was known and throughout the world that the technology said that the files moved through a thumb drive or a flash drive. So these brothers, Hillary's henchmen, have had a free walk. They apparently moved $4 million out of their home, and their family moved $4 million to Pakistan, and they themselves tried to flee the country right around the time Seth Rich was killed. And then Debbie Wasserman Schultz's brother, Steve Wasserman, who was a prosecutor in D.C., decided to take their case and defend them, and that's prosecutorial neglect. That's actual violation of the bar. They should file a lawsuit against what he did. But he cut a plea agreement while being in the prosecutor's office as a defense attorney for the Awan brothers. That's completely illegal. I'm amazed he skated with no one noticing. Meanwhile, Mueller has ignored the Iwan brothers and Seth Rich. And the discovery process is now pointing to Roger Stone. This is a witch hunt. Roger Stone shouldn't be charged with 7 counts. Maybe he did obstruct some justice in this case, maybe 1 or 2 counts, just moving around and pretending like he was important and elusive. Don't give me a trailer of a snuff film. I'm not interested in snuff films. No. Jim Bob, you want to run for Congress? Sure. I'll support your efforts in your state. As long as you have a centrist-leaning position in general. You can be leaning left or right, but heading toward the middle is where we're all going. Yeah. I'm glad you didn't move to Sweden. Yeah, you would have been surrounded by women like Ella Font. You know, who would want to be around women that, you know, like that? Okay, it's a movie about how these people do things in the black market for the rich. Well, yeah, I want to see it. That's certainly, you know, within reason. I know.
I have a question. My question is, how many jets do you have, and how would I apply to be a flight attendant?
I think she's hired. You're hired. Now, I had a case. It was very interesting. A beautiful girl who was 17 or 18 applied to be a waitress. She's so beautiful. She's like a world-class beauty. She's so beautiful. And my people came, she said, look, Mr. Trump, she has no experience. So I interviewed her right away because she was so good. And I said, let me ask you, do you have any experience? She goes, no, sir. I said, when can you start? You can work on my plane anytime.
Okay, speaking of you know, being very inappropriate around 17-year-old girls, yeah, there's people trafficking in children. Let's take a look at this story. Stop child trafficking, hashtag.
This border update is brought to you by Humane Borders. We'd like to thank Humane Borders and Pima County Board of Supervisors and the Pima County government for providing grants so that Humane Borders can build illegal trafficking routes around Border Patrol. To stage bad guys, sex offenders, drug traffickers, children being used to traffic drugs, to stage them all around Border Patrol. Were it not for Humane Borders providing the humanitarian aid, every blue flag is a humanitarian aid station. Get your supplies here, drag that kid up another 20 miles. They also stage along Lukeville, the Mexican Highway 2. You see that Mexican Highway 2? You see that? Uh-oh, you see that? Well, where the green is, you got a wall. Where the red is, you don't have a wall. But look at that Mexican Highway 2. Look at it. It runs not 100 yards off the border. You can go look. It's 20 yards in some areas, 10 yards in others. It's not that far off the border. There's no Border Patrol out there. They don't have enough. Now that the government's shut down, they don't even have the park rangers down there to back them up. This is wide open. But don't worry, the children, when they're coming through that non-fence, you see all those blue flags, see all that stage, you see that they make sure they can drag all these children up to God knows where. Yeah, this is what's coming through our backyard. You don't have a wall in Arizona. Red, no wall. Green, some wall. And some Border Patrol. That's what your fence is along the Mexican Highway 2. You think about that. And there's nothing out there. And look how far that Highway 2 runs along a non-wall.
So we definitely need a fence. That's case in point.
What is up, Evil Crew? Today we got a...
Thank you for that link, Scissor Fight. We definitely need a fence, a border fence, border wall. So I'm in support of Trump on the border wall idea because it's my idea. The 1,000-mile fence idea is my idea. So let's go with that. Let's keep supporting Donald Trump throughout this time period until the Democrats can come up with a way in which they can articulate the crimes that Donald Trump has committed. Otherwise, we're stuck with Trump till the end of the term. Whether he's going to be reelectable or not, that's going to be the bigger question. But let's just deal with what we have, because right now we need stability. And at this point, without that fence, we won't have stability. I'm going for a fence. It's always been the original idea. No matter what Donald Trump says, the thing that he's constructed, the slat fence, is a fence. It's not a wall. He's full of crap if he thinks it's a wall. I've always said we needed a fence, and I was right. He tried to morph it into a wall, which is a big waste of time. Dennis, okay, Dennis. Go ahead, Dennis. What's the question? Go ahead, yeah. All right, Dennis. Yeah, Dennis Rader, unbanned. Thank you, man. No problem. It's going great. Yeah, it's been happening. It just, you know, every Saturday it's now Sustainable Saturday because we stopped war. 8 years of the show we stopped war, which is great. You know. Bye, buddy. Yeah, later. Take it easy. Bye bye. Dennis Rader. Yeah, I unbanned him last night because I didn't know what was going on. Somebody said that he was saying something in the room, and I unbanned him, so he liked that. Good. We got a real call. That was great. That's a start. What would you do? Okay.
Try to keep up.
Oh. Yeah, we did keep up. Okay, so these guys are going to go on a hike, and they're going to follow a trail where they see a lot of people crossing the border illegally. Wow, they've got hidden.
Try to keep up. Pay attention.
Look at this.
I'll show you a lot.
He's going to show all these people crossing over the border right now, and the Democrats would like to think this isn't happening. Oh no, no need for a fence. No, we love the fact that we can just bring some drones in and look at them. Oh, Nancy Pelosi is so weak. What is wrong with her? Well, she's a 79-year-old woman trying to dictate our national security. Hello. That should answer your question. The look of love is in your eyes tonight. The look of... So tonight we've got the movie slated for the evening, God's Chosen People. 2-hour and 28-minute movie about God's chosen people. It's going to detail Israel and what's been going on. And as you know, I'm not a Zionist. I don't support Zionism, but I am not in any way anti-Semitic. I think Jewish people are great people. We have to look at this movie as objectively as we can. We'll find out what we're going to decide from there. They know it's happening. They want us to believe them when they say it's not happening. They're insulting our intelligences. So I guess alcohol was involved. I don't know. You tell me. Oh, RQA Atelier. The fence won't stop undocumented immigrants. Oh, really? Well, what if I showed you a fence that would? Yeah. Let's say, say we had an amazing barricade that could stop them. And you're saying they can't be stopped. I can not only tell you how much we can stop, I can actually show you how much we can stop. Yeah. We ran a test to see how much stress a fence could take. And it turns out that fences can handle a lot of stress. Watch this stress test.
themselves. Time for a new test using an F-4 Phantom jet. The US government wanted to test what would happen if a plane crashed into the concrete walls of a nuclear power station. The jet sets off, bolted to a track to prevent takeoff. It's doing 500 miles an hour. The plane atomized with the impact. It just disappeared into dust. Only the tips of the wings escaped total destruction. But the wall designed to move and absorb energy did its job well. When dealing with nuclear material, no test can ever be too drastic.
Okay, so you're saying that a wall like that can stop. It can't stop an illegal alien, but it can stop a jet at 1,000 miles an hour. Wow. So somehow an illegal alien has more power than a jet? I'm not sure what you mean by saying there's so many ways to pass through a fence. Well, I'm not sure where you're going with that. I can tell you how people are going to scale over Donald Trump's joke of a fence, his slat fence, where you can stick rocks in the slats and carry, create a wall or a ladder up that fence. I agree with you there. But if we build a formidable barrier like a 1,000-mile container fence that's greased down with a massive amount of hydrophobic material which prevents anything from touching it, and now you're talking. Hey guys, what do you say we talk about the fence? Yes, let me go mingle with some of the partiers here tonight. We're here at a rave party, everybody. It's been really cool. Everybody's been happening. Hey. Excuse me, ma'am. Hi, I'm David. What's your name? Hello? Ma'am? Excuse me. Hey, hey, this is a pretty cool rave party we're having here. Yeah, anyway, it's not exactly a rave party, but the concept is we're looking at a stacked container fence, which has great potential. We could stack them with all kinds of other solutions. Here's a stackable modular living area made of stacked container homes. That's pretty cool. That would be interesting residence for somebody. But yeah, it's going to work. You don't believe it because you have Nancy Pelosi on your mind. He's got Nancy Pelosi on his mind. Gold medal flour recall with a salmonella risk. Boy, every single bit of food is kind of blowing past our regulators. They don't seem to understand how to stop contaminated water from getting to our food. This is what happens when you urinate on your crops or defecate on your crops. Salmonella risk in gold medal. Unbleached all-purpose flour. Wow. As if we didn't have something else to worry about. Ask your local grocer if you... Yes. You're not alcoholic, you drink wine. Okay. It's funny how the Pope's a child rapist enabler says Trump is a douche for wanting a wall. Have you seen the wall around the Vatican? Innate jarnation is great. Innate for jarnation. Innate for jarnation. Okay, innate for jarnation. If you have the innate for generation and you care about what Trump is trying to promote, I support a wall. I'll support whatever we can get up there. Whatever Trump wants to call my 1,000-mile fence, he can certainly call it a wall. I don't care. And he doesn't care either. Oh, Nate for jarnation. Got it. That makes so much more sense now. Thanks. But hey, I'm with you on that. Yeah. The Vatican has a wall around their disastrous. Well, actually, they claim that anybody can go visit the Pope anytime. I don't believe that. The Vatican definitely wants to keep people out of the inner circle. Here's chemical aerosol biological warfare at sunset. Wow, we got a full 10 minutes of weaponized commercial airliners. Look at that. Great cameras.
KLM 282 doing big stuff.
There it is. Big stuff. Nasty. Man, he zooms right in. This guy, Mike Decker out in Wyoming, has a good clear view of the big sky. And he is definitely got some photographs for us to look at tonight, for sure. Thank you. No, that's not CGI. That's for real. Mike Deckard has a Nikon camera. You don't remember the song Elton John sang about a Nikon camera? Yeah, Kodachrome, I believe it was called. Don't let the sun shine on me. Cropping Way, Elton John, lyric. Elton John, The Camera Never Lies, or Rocket Man. Both had references. Okay, CGI chemtrails, no. These are real chemicals being dumped in the skies. In fact, I've got to go get a picture of some real stuff that I can call my own. It's nice, warm. Yeah, here's some basic photographs of chemicals in the skies above us. Just regular stuff that we would normally not even notice. We're all privy to seeing chemtrails in our sky if we look. Every one of you will see them if you look. They're all everywhere. They're omnipresent. So we have a lot of videos of things here. Look at that. Yeah, there's some strange things with chemtrails. That this is a picture capturing orbs that are flying with the chemtrails. See that? See those orbs? You probably see them with your own eyes. These are orbs of some sort that seem to be going with the chemtrails. Whether these are used to control, whether they use it to control the chemtrail, we don't know, and how their mode of operation it works, we don't know about that either. A lot of these pictures are very suspicious, but look at how fast these chemtrails disperse. It's certainly not a contrail. Contrails will disperse really fast, but these have dispersants in them. They have accelerants that can accelerate their position. Aerosols, much like Freon is in the sky. So yeah, we have more than enough evidence of this happening on a daily basis. The government doesn't want to talk about it. Anybody who does goes against their grain, and they tell everybody they're a whack job or something. Why do we spend billions defending our country's borders, but we are scum to defend America's borders? Oh, I agree. Other countries, yeah. I agree. We should definitely have that border fence. We total agreement here at N84. Yeah. I know it feels good, but has slow modes been banned completely? Because I never banned slow modes. I don't know why that happened. I can try to make it stop. As president, I'll be able to make it stop. We'll get the Air Force to clean up their own act, and anybody in the Air Force who's dispersing chemtrails will be immediately taken in for questioning, and we will make it stop. But you asked, can we store rainwater? Yes. I want to put a moratorium on any state outlawing your rainwater catchment. If you are doing rainwater catchment in your house, you should be allowed to.
Who does?
Famous mansions no one wants to buy at any price. That looks interesting. But yeah, if you are doing water catchment, that would be the thing I'm going to do to prevent you from being targeted by states like Colorado or Washington. You should be able to get your own water. My dad grew up with a cistern on the top of his house. He literally took baths in it. He drank it. It was common in America. Cisterns were common throughout the country, especially in lieu of water shortages in the 30s. Everybody had cisterns. I agree. Rainwater and solar power should be encouraged. And one other thing, N8, we want to encourage the possibility of of you building your own Envirolet or septic system and not having the health department ride your ass claiming you have to get constant checkups like we do out here. I'm morally against it. I think that most anybody knows how to dig a hole to put their refuse in it, and a common animal knows how to do that. Yep, and is it really illegal to collect rainwater in Oregon? Yeah. Roberta, we saw you collect rainwater, and so do we. Our barrel is filled to the brim. Good for you. All that water could be used for dampening outside plants until our next possible rain on Monday. Then you came across something dumbfounding. A viewer wrote to me and said collecting rainwater in the state of Oregon is illegal. I couldn't believe it, so I started fact-checking. Well, the statement is true and false. So one person was sentenced to 30 days in jail for unauthorized use of water. What appears to have happened is the residents built dams across the channels of public water running across his property. He collected 40 feet of water, enough to fill 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools. That's what got the guy arrested. Oh, okay. But other states maintain rainwater collection laws like Arizona, Illinois, North Carolina, Ohio, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, Texas, Utah, and Virginia, and Washington. All of them will no longer be able to do that once I declare a presidential order declaring a moratorium on their laws being enforced. You know, the migrants that are coming into the country who have flesh-eating bacteria in their bodies are just like you. Apparently, flesh-eating bacteria is in your backyard, believe it or not. People are not aware of this, but anybody can be exposed to flesh-eating bacteria anywhere you are. Did you hear that there was a woman who got hit by a zip tie in Florida, where she was apparently, you know, bungee jumping or something, and one of these zip tie things whipped back at her, and the bungee cord ripped into her body. It exposed her body to common flesh-eating bacteria that's an everyday thing. But it went deep enough into her system that she actually ended up losing her legs. Both legs had to be amputated. It was unbelievable. She had like 3 limbs cut off and life-threatening, or the poor woman's, you know, basket case. No, I'm talking about flesh-eating bacteria. If you expose the inner side of your body to any type of outdoor type of bacteria, it's everywhere. It's like we're all carrying pneumonia viruses around with us, in case you didn't know. I don't know what the hell, it's not really a zip tie, it's called a zip cord. And it's used for going across long areas, like on a you know, you run a zip cord across and you can take a trip across a river underneath. Well, she has zip cord came back and hit her in the foot, ended up causing massive flesh-eating bacteria running through her body. It was horrible. Okay, the real-time story about Pizzagate. It turns out the government has suppressed any information about Pizzagate, making it illegal to talk about it on Reddit and Twitter, because the government's working with pedophiles. Apparently our government has actually teamed up with pedophiles, and we exposed this last night in our show. Yeah, zip ties are those little black things. Yeah. These are zip cords. But there's a story here about a CIA agent. Hang on. I brought this to you last night. 14 years in the CIA, and he exposed that they are used to transport they're transporting children to pedophiles. CIA agent says agency supplies pedophiles with children. Right. So if this is true, and if this man's testimony is true, we have a lot bigger problems to deal with the Pizzagate thing that we haven't been dealing with. We are being purposely misled to believe that things like that don't happen, that Comet Pizza was never a bad thing. So they just had a fire at Comet Pizza. And now they're saying that this fire was caused by conspiracy theorists related to the building. I don't believe that. I don't even believe the IMDb actor that blew a gun round off was a legitimate conspiracy theorist. If he really was, he would have encouraged a discussion of Pizzagate, Comet Pizza Ping Pong. There's so much to talk about there, it's not even funny. I've got 17 videos right now. I could play 3 hours of detailed analysis of the Pizzagate emails that Podesta wrote, implying that children, or not children, but pizzas were not feeling well and some would be selling cheap. How do you use words like this pizza is not feeling well and may not make it, and therefore we're going to sell it at a discount? What does that mean when the FBI announced in 2007 that pedophiles were using the word pizza and cheese pizza in reference to child pornography? It opens up a vista of investigations, none of which have gone on. So if you think for a second that we're going to suppress the story, not going to happen. We got a 49-minute video tonight to play on the subject. The real timeline of Pizzagate and Alifante guilty as hell, allegedly. Thank you very much. Scissor Fight to the rescue. Yeah, we need videos like this to kind of, you know, make it all real again. Because remember, we're the only venue on the internet that can touch on these subjects. Even if I were to run that subject right now and play that video right now, I could get kicked off YouTube. Merely mentioning it is all I do. And then we play the videos later in our live show. It's kind of messed up how these people think that they can control the message, and they've even got you believing it. You think that's fake news. Donald Trump picked up on that word fake news that they use regarding Pizzagate, and he uses it as his mantra. Oh, it's all fake news, Russian collusion, it's all fake, big hoax, it's all fake news. Videos. I don't believe that masturbation is a sin. I think that the more you do it, the less you'll like it. It's like anything. You can wear it out. Yeah. Pretty soon you'll have this old burnt out noodle you won't know what to do with. When you're the big moment in your life, when you really have a real person in your life and you're ready to go for it, you won't be able to get it up because all you'll be thinking about is all those sick, perverted stuff you've been looking at online. And the only way you'll be able to have a relationship with your lover is to constantly think about porn. You're virtually cauterizing your brain by doing too much of it. No, I've never really had an overstimulation issue with masturbation. The idea is if you minimize your masturbation, you will have achieved a long, sustainable plan for your life. For instance, once every 16 years. That'll preserve your precious bodily fluids and maintain your stamina. A migrant with flesh-eating bacteria has been detained at the border. Dun, dun, dun. Well, then apparently you have no creative outlets in your life. So if you stop masturbating, you would come up with an idea of maybe getting a job or learning a trade or possibly designing something that might be cool for other people instead of spending all your time masturbating. Albuquerque, New Mexico. A man among a group of migrants detained in a desolate part of New Mexico near the border with Mexico has been diagnosed as infected with flesh-eating bacteria. The man was taken to the hospital in recent days after telling a federal agent that he had growing rash in his leg. Wow. It's a rare condition called necrotizing fasciitis that spreads quickly and can be fatal. He must have smelled like hell, man. Can you imagine all that rotting flesh? He must have smelled to high heaven. It seems like they're all 13-year-olds masturbating. We don't cater to 13-year-olds in this show. Please leave. Thank you. That's too weird. You have to be 18 to watch this show, so go back to your other activities. How did they remake The Vanishing again? I don't know. I don't know what outlet. I don't track all the propaganda. Medical term used for flesh-eating bacteria? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. We're migrating through this entire pile of crap here. I think we're almost done. Good. Yeah, I don't know if I can get any more mileage out of this one. We know that Donald Trump is having Photoshop experts do his pictures so he has longer fingers there, see? See, yeah, see? They're changing his look on Facebook and Instagram to make him look thinner with longer fingers. We're done with that story. Thank you for the last time. And all of the problems in the whole country could be resolved very simply if we could just get Moscow to return this woman to Belarus, as she rightfully should be taken there. A woman says she's as evidence that Trump-Russia collusion was just forcibly, and she was just detained in Moscow by Russian agents. Here she is. Her husband filmed her as Anastasia Vashukevich, a model, she was with Oleg Deripaska in this picture, and who is the ex-business partner of Paul Manafort.
Campaign chairman of the Trump campaign was in debt to this mobbed up Russian businessman who was a crony of Vladimir Putin.
So we have to look into the fact that this man actually he got Donald Trump to ease sanctions on him. And now the woman could be pulled in and questioned, but apparently Mueller doesn't even have any interest in her. It's funny how Mueller doesn't have any interest in any real solid evidence against Donald Trump. Have you noticed that? I'm not the only one who's noticed that, I hope. Deripaska, yes. Rachel Maddow. Is Rachel Maddow a woman? I don't know. You think she's a woman?
In Moscow for a change of flights.
I think she's a woman.
She was arrested.
She doesn't have an Adam's apple here, so I think she's a woman. Is that okay? Well, you don't know what Mueller is doing, but what he's doing, we do know. He's wasting valuable time. We know that much. The model has been released by authorities. Well, do you have a picture of model speaking out? She's been released, really? Well, maybe she was threatened. Maybe she promised not to. Let me look. Model released in Moscow. Oh, yes, she's been released. You're right. Let's take a look at this. She's released from jail, so maybe she will speak out. This is great news. Maybe Russia doesn't want to look guilty here. The Belarusian model has been released.
Two updates for you before we wrap up tonight. Last night's show, we opened the show with a long story about a Belarusian model, a woman named Anastasia Vashukevich, who has been caught up in the saga about the Russian government interfering in U.S. elections. And she's been caught up in what appears to be a very dangerous situation for her, in which she says that she has evidence. She has video and photo and audio recordings which implicate, to a certain extent, a specific Russian oligarch named Oleg Deripaska involved in the Russian meddling. Last night, we focused on the fact that she was arrested by Russian authorities while transiting through a Moscow airport last week. And over the weekend, she appeared in court, as you see in this video, sort of scarily apologizing over and over again to that oligarch, Oleg Deripaska, and saying there would be no more recordings, and she had no more proof, and she had nothing else she wanted to say about it. The update I have for you on that story tonight is that Anastasia Vashukevich was released from custody in Russia today, but we know very little about that. By this time tomorrow, we expect to know more. Her lawyer says that there will be a press conference tomorrow in which they will explain what they believe has happened in her case. We will have that update for you tomorrow. Tomorrow night, we will also have Senator Kamala Harris of California here for her first live TV interview since announcing that she is running for president. Tomorrow is a big night. Stay with us.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we're not going to probably get any real testimony from this woman. Yeah. This reminds me of a look-alike for a Latvian look-alike, yes. I remember when a Russian lady, perhaps even Mossad, working for Russian oligarchs, contacted me on my show. I don't know. I was looking at Rachel Maddow. Someone said she has an incredible body. I could not find any naked pictures of her on Russian media. But no, there was a woman who came into our show in the 2016 election and claimed she was a big supporter from Latvia, and it had Russian involvement written all over it. Everything about it. You know, really pretty woman coming in trying to engage me in chat and all this stuff. Very weird. I seriously didn't believe it at the time until it began to, you know, piece it together, and pretty soon it is becoming obvious Russians are trying to control David Sponheim.
Hey David, Latvians love you. David Sponheim for president 2020.
Yeah, little bit too nice of a looking girl, don't you think? Yes. No, yes. Yes, no. Possibly agent from FSB, KGB, maybe very much like a Mossad agent. I even said, your English is very good, better than my Russian. Hey, here's something somebody created to make me look like an idiot. I think it's funny. Chemheim trail spawn. I think that's very funny. Good job. Yeah, well, Rachel Maddow, if this woman really is going to speak out, the Anastasia Vasilkievich will be talking very quickly, or she will not say a word because her family's been threatened or something like that. Her eyes did look a little deranged, I agree. Very secretive, very sexy secretive. Yes. Yeah, it's like a fiber girl. I even asked her, are you a fiber girl, in chat? And she says, no, but I've heard that women make money doing that, she said. Well, then I would probably pay for the 10 spot, you know, the tenor girl. Hey, here's a very interesting look here. Now, many people believe that James Alefantis doesn't really, the guy who just had his Comet Pizza store burned down and claim, whatever, he doesn't really look, for one, Alefantis is not a real name. There's no family line of Alefantis. And what's really weird is he's been seen in pictures of the Rothschild family. But look at how close he looks like Philippine de Rothschild. I mean, it looks like her son or something. So many people are wondering if there is a connection between the Rothschilds and Alefantis, which in French means lover of children. How ironic. Well, they look like somebody. Hey, Fred, they look like Bonnie Rubble. What do you mean, Bonnie? They couldn't be like Bonnie Rubble. Only you look like Bonnie Rubble. Hey. Okay, so any other questions? Feel free to consult the white people section in the show if you are suffering from white person problems. We have a self-help group here that's working out their problems using dance as a way of dealing with white guilt, feelings of persecution, feelings like we're entitled and we shouldn't be. That's just wrong. No laughing aloud. The world's wealthiest man, who's currently in the midst of a pricey divorce from his wife for 25 years, donated just 0.09% of his considerable wealth, public records show. Yeah, Jeff Bezos is known as the cheapest philanthropist in history. You know, unlike Mark Zuckerberg and others, he never gave the give pledge. He did the take pledge, where he wants to take it all. Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos gives less than 0.1% of his $160 billion fortune to charity. That's even less than the Hillary Clinton Foundation did with the people of Haiti. I mean, at least they offered 0.5% of the $5.4 billion they got designated for the people of Haiti. World's wealthiest man donated next to nothing. Wow, that's pathetic. Well, let's be clear. He's 55? Wow, I would have guessed he would be older than that. Okay, new documents add to the Majestic 12 conspiracy. Yeah, the government keeps adding to the alien agenda. You know, it's so ripe now for people to believe in flat earths and aliens and you know, I don't believe in any of that crap. But here they are, Pushing their conspiracy documents, the government's now releasing more Majestic 12 leads into the alien agenda. Within the UFO community, the number of narratives confirming and debating the existence of extraterrestrials is unending. Often there can be a cyclical nature to some of these stories in which someone will allegedly debunk someone or something, only for it to resurface and free trial for only 99 cents. Well, screw that. I'm not going to read that story. And I'm done with the alien agenda. It's a diversion. We got 5.4 billion cameras in cell phones around the world, and not one legitimate picture of an alien. Jeez. I mean, I could even call myself an alien in the show, and I just call myself the Blue Man, you know? Hey, everybody, yeah, I'm the Blue Man. All right. Is there a way of dealing with excessive amounts of urine in your system, forcing you to want to go to the bathroom? I know sharks urinate in their blood. How do you get rid of the urine? Don't answer that. I suppose I should get up and go to the bathroom. That'd be the easiest way to do this. Let me play you a video of my previous life. 2008 we started this. And in 2008 I made some videos. Actually in 2010 I made some videos that are pretty interesting. Hardly. I do not work for the government. You have been banned. I've had a lot of videos I made over the years. Yeah. Here's a fun one. Let's see. Summer of 2010.
How long are you going to wait to change your nation?
No, that's not the one I was going for. Okay. Yeah, cash for clunkers. Chicago. Oh yeah, road trip from Chicago. That's too long. Clean Planet. Parody. Yeah, you know, 6 minutes, cloud computing. Computer History Museum now. Don't freak out. This is pretty interesting. Yeah. It's too short though. No. Oh my gosh, the Beyond Oil exhibit. Yeah, that's too, yeah. The fair. Okay. Yeah, that didn't work. Yeah, I thought I had a video for you that would be suitable. So what I'm going to do is play you my beach video of me walking on the beach in 2009. Obama was just president for about no more than a few days, 100 days. Here it is.
Hi, I'm David John Sponheim. It's been about 100 days since Barack Obama took office as president of the United States. In that time period, he spent close to $3.2 trillion. Money we don't have. Money we won't even have in the next 10 years. And I'm beginning to think that he's not the guy for the job. And if you agree with me, and like many Democrats, I left the Democratic Party because Barack Obama didn't really come across as an honest person to me. So I suggest you vote for me in 2012 as an America's third party candidate and begin changing this government from the top down. Bring honesty back to America. Bring honesty back to politics. And that's what I think we can do. So join us and visit us every day at Blog TV, blogtv.com/people/America's Third Party. We're on every day trying to talk to you and trying to find out how you feel about this country. We're walking along the beach here in Washington, and it's so beautiful. And like I said, this is the environment we want to protect all around the country. But the problem is, we've got a president named Barack Obama who spent the last 100 days spending money we don't have, money that our children and their children don't have. And we're wondering what the heck is going on. Well, I can tell you one thing. I can manage this country a lot better than Barack Obama. I'm David John Sponheim. And I think the key is to actually find the waste. Now, Barack Obama said he's going to find $2 trillion in waste. I want to see him find that waste before he starts spending our money.
Right on. All right, that was me 10 years ago. Wow. It's amazing. What the hell is going on? I know. Hey, Frups. What the hell? It was beautiful. You know, that's one of the last walks Sarah and I ever took on the beach. We haven't been back since the Fukushima crisis and all the radiation spewing on the ocean. I've been living in my bunker ever since. Yes. Oh, the stoner guy, what the heck? Maybe he did. Yeah. Have you ever noticed that I had kind of a what the heck sound in that video? Yeah. Well, that was the early days before the censorship. You know, now we've got this guy.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Hey, somebody said, Dave, there's going to be the debt reset. I'm an advocate of paying it off. We have $40 trillion in store for us at the World Bank. We just need to cash out. What is going on? I know. Cashing out of $40 trillion and paying off a $22 trillion debt gives us $18 trillion to draw from. We can do a lot with $18 trillion. Build an infrastructure bank and borrow from it. Apparently I created that meme, yeah. He sounds just like you did. I know, isn't that weird? I guess I did lead the entire parade 10 years ago, and because censorship was so heavy, I never realized that those were original ideas. Bannable offense? No, I don't think so. Well, the migrant with flesh-eating bacteria is not something I need to worry about. I try to avoid people in my area, so whenever I go out, I wear my bodysuit, my body rubber, to prevent anybody from giving me any type of, you know, unborn illnesses. That's a little paranoid, I know, but it's good to have a body rubber whenever you walk around town. Now they're saying arson is suspected in the DC restaurant associated with Pizzagate conspiracy. You know that this is probably Elefantis just trying to, you know, get rid of the restaurant because he doesn't want to, you know, be known with the Pizzagate. He wants to put it all behind him now. Authorities in Washington, D.C. suspect arson was the cause of fire earlier this week at Comet Ping Pong. Our investigation has since determined the fire was intentionally set. We are working to identify a suspect or suspects. Well, that means he may not collect insurance because they usually don't. A partially filled plastic bottle labeled charcoal lighter fluid and a box of matches were found in the restaurant. So it obviously is, it's like purposely, they wanted to sound like arson, like somebody purposely went after their restaurant and committed arson. That's the most obvious case of arson I've ever seen. Well, actually, the most obvious case of arson that I've ever seen is the burning of Paradise, California. Yeah, I mean, that's just an atrocious situation that happened. Yeah, just absolutely atrocious. The loss of life, the people. Oh, my goodness. We play that burn video sometimes, and it's just so sad to see the, you know, the devastation. Or what about pictures of this?
Okay, so if that is a tree that burned, where's the tree? Where's the stump? What? Look, where? How?
How?
How, John? None of the other trees look like that. Look.
Where's
the tree? Where's the tree? Where's the tree? Look how deep that is. Can you explain that? And there's more. There's another one. And there's one back there. Look at this one. See? What is that? Look how big this thing is. Oh. What is this? Babe, what is this?
It's carbonized. It's completely, the entire thing is carbonized right down to the root. Now, I've seen the vestiges of forest fires before. They usually run around 1200 degrees max. That's why most of your fire-rated stuff at your local store, your safes, are rated for 1500 degrees for 1 hour. Well, these fires were rated at 3000 degrees. So the only logical thing that we have to conclude is that something other than a normal fire occurred. Yeah. It had to have had an accelerant of some sort. And the only logical conclusion is that this is possibly a laser weapon of some sort that was used, a directed energy weapon used to burn the ground. Yeah. And it's safe to say that that's exactly what they used. Vaporized, right? Dustification. Oh, there's that picture of Charles Schumer's girlfriend. I mean, wife. Yeah, there she is. Yeah, sure. Charles Schumer married to her. Right. Of course, I'm looking for them. I should be looking for them in my weather modification section. Thank you. That's a dude, man. I mean, if she's a woman, I am I'm Woody Guthrie, you know. Okay, what are these things? They're laser planes. They're used to develop this ability. This is one that was actually just parked nearby the Paradise Fire. A few miles away is a base that has these weapons sitting there. This is the laser end of the Lockheed Martin focused energy weapon that can light fires near 3000 degrees and melt steel. And this is a fact. How will you deal with term limits? Well, I want to encourage you to know that every third-party candidate out there does not commit to term limits. I do. I support term limits 100%. 2 terms for senators and 4 terms for congressmen. 4 2-year terms for congressmen and women. Now look at that. How does a fire like that occur? The fire didn't move from tree to tree and land right there. That is obviously been burned either by a smart meter, which is Scissor Fight's theory, or by a directed energy weapon. I heard Bob is a big fast food guy. Yeah, it explains his extreme weight problem. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. Anyway, here's a house that obviously burned with a directed energy weapon, but something like this could have caused that. We actually have photographs. I think it was arson, yeah. We have photographs right here of the year before the fires in California. This was filmed right above the fires. Yeah. How do you deny this? Or here's another picture from a different angle. Yeah, look at that. And these aren't refractions of light. These are actual burn marks, scorched earth marks from the heavens. So something is firing down and burning these people alive. Trees have not evolved to withstand fires, but the roots have. They tend to be filled with water, so they tend to not. Yeah, I heard the CEO of Starbucks is trying to run as an independent. All these billionaires are going to throw their name in their hat. You and I both know that I've been way ahead of all these people, and they continue to censor me. So there's a little thing in life that maybe you or your family never heard about because you're not versed on Eastern religion, but there's a thing called the yin and the yang. And what's been happening in America for some time is best described as a yin-yang scenario with censorship. The more they try to censor me, the yang, the more I become the yin. It's a very simplistic way of looking at it, but it's true, and it will play out over time. You'll see. The momentum of censorship that's been going on against me, trying to push me aside, has created a backstorm of people talking about me in the media, and I mean specifically in the social world, the word of mouth media, people talking about people. So the more they try to shut me down, the more the people say, yeah, this guy's been censored in his own country. And that's where the yin is going to bite them on their ass. Take them out. They're not going to be able to censor me completely. People can still talk about me. It is Chinese. But the yin-yang definitely plays out in all different scenarios. It's kind of like the duality of positive and negativity. I'm positive, they're negative, eventually positive overtakes negativity. If negativity is used so hard that positivity becomes a pinpoint answer to everything. And that's how it's going to happen. But that's just me hoping too. Because I cannot believe in a country that claims to be free and democratic that I would face this much resistance by the mainstream media. I've never seen anything like it. How bees behave when they don't accept the new queen bee. Wow. This guy's going to explain all this.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you see this.
Hey, I'm going to go ahead and play that later because right now I'm getting itchy feelings. Like, it's like looking at that makes you want to itch. Yes. Trump has limited intelligence, but he's working with a script, and I think they've got him under control. Just like they got Mark Zuckerberg under control, too. He's probably been robotized. Beep. We have a breakdown. Replace the motherboard. Beep. 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 He's up and running. But they've replaced a lot of Donald Trump's brains with just probably an earpiece where he can listen to people talk. Yeah. So Donald Trump describes himself as a very intelligent guy. There's no question about that. He's got that down.
Is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges, or college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student.
I have a very good brain, and I've said a lot of things.
I understand things. I comprehend very well.
Yeah. I know you do, Donald, and that's what makes you, so special. It's good he finally realized that he couldn't buck Nancy Pelosi with her sense of entitlement and say that she was, he cannot stop a woman and her belief that somehow she's important. Apparently that stands up to credible thought about our safety and security around the border. And that's how the Democrats think. They think like a herd of sheep. YouTube is going to crack down on recommending conspiracy videos. They've been doing this a lot, and they're changing their algorithm so they're no longer going to send conspiracy videos at people to divert your attention. Or are they just going to eliminate all conspiracy videos? That's the question. We don't have any oversight over YouTube. The American people cannot stop what they do. We don't even have a chance to call in and say, hey, by the way, you banned me unnecessarily. I have filed numerous disputes. And every time I file a dispute about being attacked and targeted, they completely ignore me. Yet I've seen cronies of YouTube that are making YouTube AdSense dollars that file a complaint, and automatically YouTube apologizes to them and reinstates their account. I've seen that happen more than once. Alex Jones has his account back up and running. Yeah. Alex Jones. I used to do an impersonation of Alex Jones, in the early days. It was fun. But now I just, get sick thinking about a man who tells people all these truths in a way that makes them sound like the guy's nuts. That's got to be a plan to turn everybody into an upside-down creature who doesn't believe in anything. Pretty soon you're believing flat earth and all kinds of weird holla hoax. But yeah, security, safety. Not gonna dead. Yep. Serves me right. I should have played that earlier. Another one bites the dust. Yeah, it serves me right for looking for a video that I couldn't find. Oh, this is the Amtrak facility. You got to see this. I'll play this tonight. We uncovered a FEMA camp facility at an area in South Bend, Indiana. We videotaped it. I'll show it to you. And I even had some strange experience there drinking, or no, seeing a vehicle that had human rail cars attached to it. How they're transporting human bodies from hither to yonder.
Or how they could.
By how they could, yeah. Paranoia is not the name of the game. Oh, they're backing up. They saw me. They saw me. Could those be bodies stuck?
He's going to report you.
Uh-oh.
He's taking it.
Yeah, the guy literally saw me videotaping these rail cars. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to play that. Sorry. No, Sarah actually is very kind and would never say anything bad about Trump or Obama. You got to understand, I'm the one who diverted from the third-party message of, gee, everybody, let's just all unite, to more of a pointed, Obama can't be trusted, Trump can't be trusted. Clearly the New World Order is taking over our country. Let's unite amidst the middle of the political spectrum. Let's find common denominators here. But I started out having no knowledge of what a New World Order was or what the future is. I'm still here. Yeah, we went to South Bend, Indiana and Mishawaka and studied the terrain, Akira. We found some pretty interesting things about the Amtrak facility there. I could play that for you later. Yeah, I'll play it for you. It was also a place where I was heavily fluoridated. We went to Ryan's buffet and we started eating, and I was drinking tap water from their wonderful tap water. Is so tasty. It's fluoridated. Oh, I've been all over the country. I've been to almost every state many times. I used to travel across the country as a child. 50 times I've been across country. Ocasio-Cortez is working for Hillary Clinton. In fact, I believe Hillary Clinton got Ocasio-Cortez to win in the Bronx. She lives in Harlem, so she has connections there. Ocasio is, in my opinion, Eva Abadan. Their faces are identical. Eva Abadan is the sister of Uma Abadan, the alleged lesbian lover of Hillary Clinton. Yeah, Ryan's has great meat. My parents were both Marines, yes, they were. But we didn't travel based on the military. We just liked the country. We traveled all across country, my family did, growing up. Because they share the same face, we have to assume it's the same person. The interesting side note is Ocasio started appearing in social media at the exact same time Heba Abadan disappeared. Eva Abadan's tweet stopped in 2015, and Ocasio-Cortez started her run for office in the Bronx at the same time. Yeah. So if this isn't a common denominator, and we can point the connection to Hillary Clinton and her power machine, The Podestas, Media Matters, everything got this woman elected. And now she's being pushed into the front of the news while I get completely censored and shut down. Nobody ever gives me any time at all because they know that they could lose their job if they talk about a third party. I don't know. We're going to end up declaring Dave president before and after. Yeah. Well, we might actually have a chance to recoup prior to 2020. I'll play the Amazon delivery vehicle for you. Yeah, there is a possibility that there's something major's coming. A major event. Someone says that February 5th there's going to be some sort of a major catastrophe in the West Coast. Yeah, I don't know. February 5th. I'm waiting. Here's Amazon delivering with their new vehicle. That's hilarious. You know, I'm not going to even play this right now. I'll play it later. This is absurd. Everyone knows some crackhead will probably take that thing off the ground and reverse engineer it into their garage. I mean, hello. It's a cute robot, but it'll never survive unless it's at Disneyland. New World Order is the Nazis, really. The Nazis are the New World Order. It's the monarchy of the past that's repackaging themselves as a New World Order. It's the same old monarchy, McDundee. The same people that tried to implant Hitler in power put Trump in power. Yeah, they're working on the same concept as get a guy who's greedy, who really wants power, and give him all the power he needs and see what he'll do as long as he answers to you. Same exact principles are being used with right out of the same playbook the Nazis used during that time period. Trump is now their puppet Nazi. Yeah. I mean, you've got all kinds of, theories about Trump and his Nazism. But this is the most powerful image. That's a Nazi emblem. That's not something I support. Yeah. There's that too. Arnold, nice to have you in. Goodbye. Do you know Amazon backwards means the land of light and grace? I thought it just meant pure greed. Okay. So people drive around here, follow the Amazon delivery truck, and steal packages off porches. Man, are you serious, Akira? Thanks for telling me. I don't think it's safe for Amazon to deliver packages and drop them at doors. I think that's a big mistake. At least the USPS, if you ask for signatures, require you to go to the post office to pick it up. That would be a big move in the right direction, in my opinion. Okay. You got Chimpology, man. That's great. Congratulations. You got that one down, Tom Thumb. Yeah, so we have the God's Chosen People tonight as our late night movie. But before that, we'll play some videos that were brought to our show in the interim. That'll be coming up tonight. It's a 2-hour and 28-minute video. I've never seen it, so I'm going to see how it is. Somebody said this is a must-watch, probably connected to the Zionist plot to control the world to this whole thing. That would be interesting. I don't know. Bezos has become such a loudmouth disaster. I'm hoping that people realize that this is going to be hard on him, having his penis revealed to the world, with National Enquirer having a copy of it, and it's going to be very difficult for his family to get through the divorce. 50-50. He's going to drop from 160 billion down to 80 billion, or right around there, and he will no longer be the richest man in the world, and his laugh will be the last laugh. Okay. But his wife will be the richest woman in the world when that happens, so that'll be interesting. She'll eclipse all others as being the wealthiest person on earth. Well, yes, the image of the Nazi symbol predates Nazism. We know that. But ironically, the Chinese had a symbol that dated back 2,000 years, the reverse of the Nazi symbol. If you're claiming it dates before that to Egypt, Egyptian temples, that's fine. I'm sure people learned how to draw back then too. Yeah, people knew how to draw back in 10,000 BC. David, how would you feel if you found out God was trolling? Oh, so you're having doubts about the existence of God, and you brought it into the show, your agnosticism? That stands to reason you would be moving in that direction. Well, it's funny, when most people who are really desperate to find meaning in life usually find it. So hopefully we have hope for you. Trump's business fires illegal immigrants working at New York Golf Club. Wow. Trump cracking down on illegal immigrants. Why does that sound typical? Roughly a dozen employees at Trump's golf club in New York were fired because they were in the country illegally, according to a report. Wow. Well, at least he's cracking down on his own employees. That's great. Half its wintertime staff have been removed. It's not uncommon for companies to hire, on the East Coast, hire illegals from Poland and other areas. That's common. Yeah, if you go to restaurants on the East Coast, and you'll see in the summertime, you run into a lot of Polish-speaking people, like at the casinos in Connecticut. They're actually interim Poland, people have hired illegally to come here and work during a 2-week stay, and then they end up staying longer, and it's like 6 weeks, and they're past their visa. How was what I said atheist? LOL, I was asking how you would feel if he found out God was a troll. That's atheistic thinking. Yeah. You don't believe that the mystery Father in the sky has omnipotent powers? How dare you? Sacrilege! I think we should stick to the yin and the yang. That might be better. Whenever you go off on a tangent, you start to lose your way. Yes, focus on Zen Buddhism. That would be so much better. All right. You think if there was a God, he would be trolling? What is trolling, really? What do you call it, trolling? Life is trolling everywhere you go. I mean, the water ebbing on the shore is trolling on the dirt, making it sandy. Anita, we're not accusing you of being a lesbian. Okay? Nobody here is trying to accuse you of that. And now we have this surprising story from Catholicism.org. Yes, the skull of Adam was buried beneath the cross of Jesus. Yes, the skull of Adam was buried beneath the cross of Christ. This is an interesting account of the translation of Adam's bones to Noah, and on to the Melchisedec, who is the priest king of Sodom. This is not a religious channel. This is Politics 101, buddy. No, I think Anita just doesn't want to be accused of being a lesbian. Okay? Is that all right? Thank you. I think it's wrong for us to, run around targeting people in our show and making statements about them. We don't know who they are or what they're all about. What's it all about? Okay, we're done with that. And we're done with that, too. Okay, great. And we're done with that. Life is getting so much simpler now. Pretty soon we won't have any news to cover. And it'll just be, this is the end. My only friend, the end. Yeah. You notice how news is kind of trimming down a little bit now that Donald Trump capitulated and did everything Nancy Pelosi wanted him to do? Oh. Well, a Latin word for Jesus would be a Yeshua. I believe it's Aramaic. Yeshua. Yahweh is the name for God. Huawei is the name for 5G telecommunications in China. So if Huawei were connected to Yahweh, Yeshua would probably come back from the dead and be resurrected again. Okay, I don't think we're getting anywhere with a religious dogma here. It's kind of boring me. God's chosen people will be discussed tonight, though. So we are kind of lingering in this world. And everyone knows that many people don't realize, but a lot of people believe in believing, and they're caught up in that. We've got videos proving the simplicity of religion and faith and how it can affect them. Many people don't realize it's mesmerizing to fall into this category where you become duped by people who are preachers and fall into this category of wanting to be in servitude to the church or whatever. It's kind of a weird thought. I have a video from a scissor fight, and he's not here tonight, so I thought I'd play it. This is Do You Pray to God?
that he will not make a way. I'll tell you the same thing. There is a problem he's not able to solve. There is a sickness or a disease or a death. There isn't any issue that you can't bring to him and discuss with him and talk to him about. Never turn him away. And once you bring it to him that he's not entering in already to work it out for you. So, thank God that you've gone 38 times in your life. Especially if they bring us to a fresh appreciation. No, God is not found, but very close. Just like the woman I spoke to about the lady. Just like that, that are in this book. And I said to you, and I said of myself, we are living epistles, not caricatures of Christianity. We are followers of Christ. This is the way, and my way, and his way, to a great transformation. And who knows what we will actually be like when fully transformed. I have some idea. In the process, there's a little damaging. Who knows? There's maybe a lot more than some. And some being tried, and some tears, and some sorrow. But me, I just not know. I know when I come through, I will come through. Will be beautiful, shining treasure. Be praised to God. Be praised to God. Be praised to God.
Yeah, capitalism led to liquidity traps.
Be praised to God.
God much?
Be praised to God.
Wow. Wasn't that intense? We were watching a Scissor Fight's video called Do You Pray to God? And it was just a very interesting audio video exercise that he did a few years ago. And I thought it'd be worthwhile to play it on Sustainable Saturday. Yeah. I don't think Hillary Clinton is ever going to be prosecuted. You guys want revenge.
James Wildman. You know.
Trump is in Hillary Clinton's back pocket. That's why he won't prosecute Hillary or Obama. That's the deal he cut with the deep state. And if you're so stupid as to think that Donald Trump is fighting the deep state, you have really been fooled. Hard. So, warning, that happens. People are easily led. Thank you. Hillary's done a lot of bad things. $5.4 billion is missing from the Haitian fund. I don't think Hillary's done enough to really justify why she took 99.5% of that money. The bot is off, unless you ask for it, I guess. The U.S. appoints a convicted criminal to lead a diplomatic corps in Venezuela? Wow. That's weird. I'll play that tonight too, for you. Yeah.
Random guy named Juan has been a pretty busy guy lately, but not doing the things that you would think he would be doing. You would think that attempting to save his country from evil, terrible, horrible socialism, he would have been trying to turn empty grocery store shelves into full grocery store shelves. But he hasn't. And in case anyone hasn't heard, the U.S. has appointed Elliot Abrams to be the special... Oh, no, wait, that's not Elliot Abrams. Hold on. Oh, here he is. Yeah, this is Elliot Abrams right here. Elliot Abrams to be the special envoy to Venezuela.
Wow, a known convicted criminal, Elliot Abrams, is going to be the envoy. Oh, Trump can pick him, I'll tell you. That's awesome. Not. Thank you. So you're having a war of words with JAR? Or Sub-Zero? I think attacking Venezuela will cause World War III. I agreed with Sub-Zero. China and Russia are backing Venezuela, and you know we have positions in South America that certainly can defend against an attack from Soviet Union, or from Russia rather, or China. But the question is, should we react to the obvious saber rattling of Vladimir Putin in professing that he's going to have a missile that could fire 27 times the speed of sound? It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. All right, you're going to be removed from the show at 8 because you don't fit in here. You're not centrist. You're a polarizing person who doesn't fit in here. You're a reactionary. I have you slated as an alt-right or an alt-left guy, probably extreme liberal, siding with communism. So you've been removed from our show permanently. We're not going to allow people like you in our show because we're centrist. We don't like your extreme revolutionary or reactionary thinking. So go away and never come back. I'm not going to react in any way to the attacks that Vladimir Putin is making against the free world. I'm going to ignore that. He looks like a hawkish, warlike individual like Hitler. It's not going to play well for Vladimir Putin in the international stage of public opinion. He's going to be, unfortunately, seen as the pariah because of his behavior. He landed empty bombers in Venezuela a few times, though. Yeah, maybe. But now he's talking about this weapon that can go 27 times the speed of sound, a missile. And I played it before. I don't want to go back and talk about the propaganda out of his department, but he's planning on putting a silo in the Caribbean. Tell me that isn't provocative. You're getting a 500 server error, internal server error? I have no idea. Not from my site. Why don't you get our Periscope feed? We've got that up and running. I mean, you guys can always go there and keep pop-out chat open. Anyway, that's going to be interesting. We'll play that tonight as well. The U.S. appoints convicted criminal, Elliot Abrams. Yeah, you know, one of the things about our show at night is we've got all these great videos playing, and it's all fun. I can't record any of that because of the monetization issue on YouTube. So somebody said, none of your YouTube videos play the music or play the video. You're right, we can't. You have to actually see our live show to see those things. But luckily our live show plays in the Orient, or in the Asian continent, in the early morning, and is sometimes seen by people in cafes in various areas in Asia. The shuttle only orbits the Earth at Mach 25, outside of an atmosphere. Putin can shove his Mach 27 up his ass. Thank you, Tim Jaw. Yeah, Periscope works too. Yeah, thank you. You never realized. I kept telling you, go there and you can find out if Periscope works, and it does. What's interesting is if you're in Periscope, I can't see you. A lot of people watching our show in Periscope. Let me see if I can get this up and running again. There you are. Now you're in there. Okay. Yeah, it kind of goes into a lag and shuts down on me.
You know, Jones is the gatekeeper. He's the traitor amongst us. He's the wolf in sheep's clothing with everybody. So,
yeah, Alex Jones is the wolf in sheep's clothing. I agree. I think that Alex Jones is a CIA agent. I really do believe that he's working directly for the CIA and has been getting protection from Honeywell down in Texas. He lives in a very elite area. He's got total protection. He has government shill written all over Alex Jones. And I think we all are beginning to wonder, you know, how does he make $20 million a year? Because he has to now present his annual earnings to the Connecticut investigation. There's a lawsuit going on by a couple of the parents of the alleged victims of Sandy Hook. And now he is under fire to talk about his income. Making $20 million a year, that's incredible. That's a total sellout. And all the while, we've never known that Alex Jones is really not even Alex Jones. He's actually Bill Hicks, a comedian who faked his death in 1997, or right after 1997. He was doing renditions of Alex Jones out there in Texas prior to faking his death. The real Alex Jones on the left here is, he was 5'9", fairly small man. Whereas this Alex Jones, this guy is 6'1", Bill Hicks. And you'll notice that Bill Hicks, or Alex Jones as he's calling himself today, towers over people that are small. Yeah, so there's no way that Alex Jones is really Alex Jones. So it begs the question, what happened to this guy? You know? Where did he go? These are big questions a lot of us will be asking for some time to come. I will launch an investigation into Alex Jones' missing disappearance and who the imposter is, and we'll get some DNA evidence to back this up when I become president. But there's no other way I can do it now. I can only talk about his height. He clearly is over 6 feet tall, and that alone tells you he's not Alex Jones. It doesn't take that much more to prove it. Similarly, Renee Zellweger is not 5'4", like she originally was. She's now 5'9". How did Renee Zellweger get 7 extra inches? Trump touts the smart wall, drones in announcement to reopen government without wall funding. Yeah, go to the smart wall. Sure.
Powerful fences. The walls we are building are not medieval walls. They are smart walls designed to meet the needs of frontline border agents and are operationally effective.
Okay.
These barriers are made of...
Thank you for that. Yeah, nice to talk through your butt. That was right after I discussed the invisible fence on our show. He ran that speech. That's fascinating. Yeah. All right. Digital wall. Yeah, a digital smart wall. An RFID chip wall. You would like to see our functional MRI? I don't have one, sorry. While there is a huge delay between Vaughn and Periscope, you're seeing Vaughn as the slow one because they've got problems with the code. Oh, I know. Lisa Haven has been all about money for some time, Man Mountain 82. And Lisa Haven's complete sellout. Alex Jones is a complete sellout. There's a lot of them now that are sold out completely. We used to feature a guy on our show who's now making tons of money on YouTube as a sellout. I won't even talk about him. We're getting nothing but censorship here, but they promote whack jobs that talk about things in a non-secular way. You know, as though suddenly you're supposed to be frightened that the government has backpack nukes. That's the kind of stuff this guy talks about. He's completely off his gourd, and I won't even mention his name because of it. They are. They're designed to increase the fear mill and divide the nation. But I can see that many of you are becoming more and more aware of this game that they're up to, where they try to make us all fearful of threats, terrorism, etc. They're playing the fear mill and dividing the nation, and that's been their promise is one of increased security and less individual freedom. And that's what all of us are here gathering every night to talk about. We have special shows in case you're new here. They are Monday, we have our Conspiracy Monday show. Tuesday, we talk about Truth Tuesday. We introduce discussions of false flags and 9/11, the truth movement. Wednesday is Wasteful Wednesday. We talk about government waste, legalization of marijuana, which I strongly support recreational use across the country. We talk about radioactive waste, anything waste related. And Thursday is Technology Thursday. We embrace technology. We see that we are moving forward, whether we like it or not. We have to look at it that way. Every day we talk about building a wall. I talked about building 1,000-mile border fence tonight, made out of containers, the container wall. And this is a viable idea that I came up with, which could solve the problem for $1 billion total. A big savings over the current expenses that Trump is promoting. And that is a big solution that we've come up with. You know, this could easily be sold to Pelosi. Easily. And we can do this. The numbers are right. These containers cost about $2,000 each. And if we stack them together side by side, up and down, stagger them so they have more strength, you definitely want to stagger them. We will have enough barrier, 16 feet high to, actually even bigger than that, but we're going to go with 16 feet high. And we can grease the sides, paint them and grease them. And nobody can get up the sides of those things. They can try to catapult over, but it's not going to work. We could put concertina wire along the top. We can do this for $1 billion total. That's a pretty impressive number, and I think Donald Trump should be using this idea, and I'm amazed he hasn't. And Bingo has an answer to, from a legal perspective, on how to handle being swatted. Thank you for that, Bingo. We'll take a look at that tonight. Yeah, they make container houses out of them. In fact, Misanthropy was talking about possibly using these as storage. People could live in these things at the border. We could make concessions for them, like laundromats and taco carnicerias. I mean, who knows? We could do a lot with these things. But for the time being, we're going to use them as a fence. We can reinforce the side facing America with concrete. If we had to, we can blow shotcrete onto them. Shotcrete is a fairly effective, easy to deploy concrete that can be blown onto the side of these things with some additional wiring. And we'd have ourselves a really reinforced fence. Even if we were to use these units as concessions areas for people facing the Mexican side. Either way, we've got a lot of plans to help build this idea, because it is my original idea. Trump stole it. The 1,000-mile fence he converted to a wall, and then somebody said, how are you going to pay for it? And he went, Mexico, we're going to have Mexico pay for it. And everyone thought he was an idiot. And everyone still thinks he's an idiot, except the people that strongly support him who thinks he's a genius. So this is what we've been up against for a long time. And if you're wondering why this show is constant and every day, it's because we have no other choice. We are being censored so hard right now in the mainstream media. Anybody who does a show about us loses their job. That's how bad it is. Buchanan came up with the fence idea. I'm the one that added the 1,000 miles to it. Yeah, so Wasteful Wednesday, Tech Thursday, and Freedom Friday. We talk about police brutality and how our country is being taken down the river of totalitarianism. I won't be in tomorrow because Sunday is a day off. It's a day of resta. So I've been doing this consistently for 6 years, or excuse me, for 10 years, 6 hours a night, 5 hours a night, up to 9 hours with videos. So we do 9 hours a day for 10 solid years. It's getting a little bit exhausting, but at the same time, we have no other choice. We don't do Sundays, no. Nassim was very upset her YouTube channel was demonic. I don't know if Nassim is even human. I think she could be CGI. Our show won't ever get ad revenue, and there's a reason why they won't do ad revenue. They won't allow anybody who even now gets under 1,000 subscribers to get out. Remember, I have the same number of subscribers I had 8 years ago on YouTube. And we've got links all over our website, americasthirdparty.com. I've got the same number of subscribers. It's impossible to have the same number over 8 years. So we know we're being censored heavily on YouTube and Twitter. You're getting all kinds of synchronicities. I don't know what that means, Jim. Yeah, really, 54 subscribers worldwide. Same numbers. I'm getting the message that people are getting in here all the time trying to join our site, and it never adds up. If you go to our site and click on subscribe to YouTube, it won't show. It won't show your number. So if you're wondering why this is happening, it's because they don't want a third party to form. They want us all to be diverted into, separate categories, like this recent conflict between the Covington Catholic schoolboys and the Native American alleged veteran. This came out recently. Make America Great Again guy is now a stand your ground emblem. When they found out that the Native American walked into this group of boys, that they were not doing anything but standing there. The guy walked right up to him and then he acted like the guy was being purposely harassed. The Native American was being purposely harassed, when in fact nothing like that was happening at all. So they're trying to fool us into thinking there's division, racial division, and all the while they laugh because it divides the country. And that man has secrets, NSA's pass clearance, and he can't even control a picture of his own penis online. Unbelievable. How can we allow people like that to run our top level servers at the NSA? What the hell is going on here? I've never seen such obvious incompetence in my life to allow such an idiot to manage NSA servers at his Amazon headquarters is absurd. The plan to come up with, good question, Tim. Tim, I appreciate that. The plan to work around the two-party system is already in place. I have a concept where I can actually exercise presidential authority in coming up with a healthcare solution for our country. We have an idea to create a mobile medical unit that could help provide people with low-cost healthcare at the VA. That's one of our workarounds. We have another strategy to convert money from the NIH, National Institute of Health, Research and Development Fund into pharmaceuticals, and focus on building a partnership with generic pharmaceutical companies at a government level. Without congressional support, we can do this with the money at hand. We can just make a shift within the NIH, and we can start becoming generic pharmaceutical providers, providing low-cost pharmacy for people. We've got other ideas to create a bridge between the government and the corporate world by creating corporate government or government corporate alliances, if you will, where we don't allow any company or any government operation to be too big to become overtaking. That would be socialism, but still provide value and low-cost services for people. Yeah, the video doesn't load properly on... Okay, I gotta go. Sarah needs me in her room to give her a back rub. She's still in recovery, I know. Well, it doesn't require government approval for me to actually divert funds within the NIH. I can do it internally without asking for more funds. Remember, Congress funds legislation. It's already funded. Another idea, check this idea out. You're going to like this. This is another bypass where I don't need Congress. I'll show you. Everybody at the low level needs some jobs. We're thinking of $15 an hour jobs, fixing up houses. And it turns out that our government has a home program at HUD that's already funded. And our Homestead Renewal Plan fits right into it. It like a glove. It fits like a glove. We buy older houses and fix them up and turn them and flip them, and that creates jobs. We can start in Michigan, the worst area of the country, and build these homes up. Michigan has an option where they can actually buy property in mass from existing real estate operations. This can immediately go to work. I can start the HUD program and the home program simultaneously without congressional approval. Flipping houses is something that we can work with within the current HUD program. We've got allocated funds of $4 to $7 billion we can use. Now, if we buy a house on a discount, say in Michigan. So in Michigan, we're looking at Detroit, Michigan. I'm looking at houses under $10,000. Okay, this is where we're going to start the program. Here is Detroit, Michigan, and here are all the houses under $10,000. Every one of these can be flipped. This house right here. Put a new roof on it, put a new exterior, some landscaping, assuming it's in a block that we can protect. Let's take a look. Okay. Yeah, see all these beautiful brick houses. The structures are so solid, it's unbelievable. This has a house, the tree has to be trimmed back here. You can't even see it, but if we had a neighborhood that we say the whole street wanted to be bought out, we could buy them out for $10,000 a house. That would be the first place to start. You would be staying in the crap hole. People who live in Detroit who want to grow marijuana will be staying in the crap hole. Every one of these houses will be retrofitted with a greenhouse, inside or out. You'll be able to grow your own pot there. Yeah, isn't that great? The markets for these houses will grow instantaneously. We're going to see a huge growth rate in Michigan and in Missouri, where they just legalized marijuana, recreational use. You're going to want to buy a house there, Jim. Yeah. You won't have to, live in fear of the feds or the government coming in and taking over your supply. So these ideas can be implemented apart from Congress. We don't need Congress on every level, but I can tell you that I will be reaching out to Congress on a daily basis with an online C-SPAN show where we'll have C-SPAN people working in the field with video monitors of me talking to congressmen. So I'm going to portion a couple hours a day to go out with my video monitors and C-SPAN and talk to people directly in Congress about certain bills. People who have welfare money can spend it any way they want. I know, C-SPAN is no longer free to watch online, so we're going to make it free to watch online. I'll be throwing whatever funding I can into C-SPAN to make it make it work for the American people as a venue to be transparent so the president could have a daily show, 24 hours, 7 days a week, where you can submit poll ideas and have people, you know, ask questions and everyone hits the questions, the answers, things like that. And the ones with the most answers, the most hits, would get the most attention during our live show. And if I go live for like 1 hour to 1.5 hours a day, we won't need a press secretary. The days of a press secretary will be over. We can flip houses. It's entirely possible. You can build a solar job inside a missile silo, man. Yeah. Are you looking for a missile silo right now? Are you in the market? Oh, okay. Well, missilebases.com has a variety of, you know, maybe you missed doomsday bunkers for sale, affordable apocalypse homes. Here's 7 doomsday bunkers for surviving the apocalypse no matter what your budget is. This is a Money magazine article. This is a pretty affordable way to go, is, you know, one of these things. South Dakota Underground Co-op. You can start building in one of these things for $25,000 in South Dakota. I don't know about you, but I'm gonna write a check right now for $25,000, and I'm gonna buy one of these things. Yeah. Would you like to start? We can start there. Or affordable Midwest compound for $399,000. Or a Texas Prepper's Dream House for $985,000. Or Wyoming Survival Ranch for $1.119 million. Anyway, here, take a look at the link and you can check on it yourself, okay? Thanks, Man Mountain. Thanks for being a new viewer, and all of you who are watching the show. As you know, as we get closer to the election, more and more people are going to want to talk about the real truth. And this show has no barriers. This show has no stop points. There's nobody telling me what to say because I've got sponsors, because I don't have sponsors. What makes this such a great show is we are open to talk about conspiracies, debunk, or promote. Your choice. And the beautiful thing about this idea is we are virtually unstoppable. And I've proven it. The past 10 years, I've had an insane amount of censorship. I believe people have been paid millions to try to stop me. And I have a lot of valid claims to that effect. I mean, lots of money has been gone against us. But we don't really rely on donations because we hardly get any. But building the show has obviously put a spike in their plan to stop a third-party voice from becoming viable for the 2020 election or the 2024 election. So the truth is, it's hard to believe you're even allowed in this show. I'm going to pull you out of the show permanently. Goodbye. We only want supporters here, not scumbags who think they can park in our show with their Republican values and crap all over our show. Our show is banned in Asia, VHF, UHF, because they don't want a show like this to grow on iPhone. Bingle will just have to get a new name because he's out. Not with that kind of comment. I won't allow somebody to park in my show and denigrate 10 years of work going into this. We've had a lot of supporters here. Anybody who is not a supporter can get the hell out. I will make mincemeat of all of you trolls if you think you can hang out with us and come back with your crap claiming that you have the better answers to what we've always had. And I'm not going to sit back and watch Republicans suck ideas out of the show and then camp out here because they have no place else to talk about ideas that I originated. Sick and tired of these people who think they can hang out in our room and not understand or support what we're doing. It's just not going to happen. Okay, I'm signing off. We'll see you later. This has been a long show. I'm just frankly very, very angry that you two-party supporters are still in this show acting like nothing's wrong and that somehow you got the best solution with your party. Bingo has been exiled permanently for that comment. Take care, everybody. Good night. We'll be back Monday, but I'll be in the show till 2 in the morning tonight with you. Take care.
America is ready for a change. A third party is the change we need. Accountability in government, term limits for Congress, media verification, and a fresh approach to fixing our environment. We need a new direction for our nation. Join us in the middle of the political spectrum for our nightly commentary and discussion at America's Third Party.